Shouldn't the event pop off
Yeah, that's
since
what
it's
I
4
was.
p.m.?
It did. I pressed the start button and then it just died. So that's why it's kind of
Okay.
broken.
Just add announcement. Oh wait, no, I didn't add announcements. I just
Hashtag announcements.
my bad.
Hashtag
go.
announcements.
Hashtag
Needed
announcements.
by-
Hashtag Amaranth. Hashtag Legacy.
Okay,
Wait, Duo, get up here.
Yep, do it.
Duo, get your ass up it.
God.
But there we go.
There you are.
Okay, so now we're just waiting for Al, should he want to, and Minmus.
Oh yeah, and the recording should be working right now. Let me double check.
Okay. We'll just have to cut out all this random junk.
Don't worry
We
about
can.
it. I'll just leave it. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's just preparation stuff. And who knows? We might say something useful during the preparatory period.
Yeah,
sometime.
Yeah, like let me double check right now.
God, it feels so much more official being a stage channel.
Yes, it does.
Like, hello, Amaranth Legacies. Amaranth Legatees? Are we the Amaranth Legatees?
Yeah.
I know that's a term in Imaginarium, so I don't want to appropriate it or anything, but Amaranthians from planet Amaranth in the Amaranth Galaxy. Boom.
Beautiful.
Okay, it is recording. It's working.
All right, great.
Oh my god, bro, your mic
Dude,
still
do
is
you
ass.
have your? Sorry. I plan on having you speak at length, so if you could fix it.
There we go. Sorry.
There you go.
Thank you.
Much better.
I always forget. I have to figure out a way to automate that. It's annoying.
What's the issue?
Oh, my earbuds stay in default mode instead of becoming headset mode for some reason.
Oh, huh.
What is? Can we add people in the side chat? Will they see it? Yeah, I'm gonna add both of them. Being like,
Let me pop this out too.
you have the 10-minute. Aha! Hello, Al.
Oh, I can make it full screen. Okay, that's all.
Who's speaking first today?
I am.
Okay, great. Just let me know when it's my turn so I can like go to the channel and like.
Yep, I'm just gonna open. I'm just gonna open with the asking everyone how they're doing, and then saying the date and whatnot, and then I will give the floor to you.
Oh, okay. I see.
Mm-hmm.
So on the first like topics.
Yeah, you're the because this
Yeah, I might
was
as well.
when we were doing order. The creation of possible social media was the one that people wanted to focus on.
Yeah, I would really like for Minmus to be here for that because we did discuss
Yes.
maybe co-owning the Tumblr account for that one.
Yep. So just waiting for her.
Test. Okay, someone say something.
Hello.
Hi.
Okay,
Hi.
I got OBS up too, so I'm just gonna do a double just in case. Because first one, I want to make sure everything works.
Okay. And I'll explain the meeting format in case someone's confused as well when we start. Just kind of waiting for Minmus to show up. And she said she would.
But yeah, hi Amaranth, like a tease. How's it going?
Thank you, Chills.
I'm trying to think. Hashtag lift.
Duo Chillionaire.
Hashtag Lair. Contribute today.
Today for the B-roll stream, which we will probably not always have, I am going to be making the glyph We Want You for Amaranth Legacy poster. This is going to be posted on the main page of both the main site and the fandom, and it's going to be our official recruitment poster. It's going to have the links to all of our websites and our Discord, so that everybody who sees it will know where they can get in touch with the community. This will
Very
serve as
nice.
a form of passive outreach. And the weather in my area is currently 74 degrees Fahrenheit with a light haze from the nearby forest fires. There's a 0% chance of rain until the month of December because this is Southern California, also known as the fifth circle of hell.
Pro.
Wait, what'd you say the temperature was?
74 degrees
I'm
Fahrenheit.
hot. It's hotter here than it is there. It's 77
Same.
degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah, that's because the smoke and haze has been blocking out the sun, kind of like a
Oh,
volcanic winter.
interesting.
I mean, who needs the sun anyways? We got enough
Yeah, who
here.
needs the sun?
Come on, in this 1 minute before I go and start. Might extend it to just a couple more, just to make sure. Because I'm in
Ping
this.
at everyone now. No, I'm joking.
Not yet.
Gotta get the engagement numbers up.
So we basically just have everyone that I want in here anyways, minus Minmus.
Yeah. I mean, what is it? Meeting ping? Do we even use that?
Oh, true. That's right, there is a meeting thing. Let me do that as well. My bad.
Like, there's a couple roles that I have no idea what they're used for, and they're just sitting there.
There's a couple roles I don't even know what they're used for.
Yeah, what is member? What is viewer?
It just, I don't know. It made these.
Wow.
Okay, maybe that's a topic for another time. Just
Yes.
completely refocusing what the hell are we doing with the Discord roles.
Yes. Yep, that can be another one for the docket of next week's.
How productive. Oh, one new mention in announcements. I wonder what.
That's me.
God.
Just in case anyone has that role that doesn't have announcements, but I don't know. I haven't looked.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this was set up in the time when George was here, so
Oh, true.
it was during the reign of King George.
That did not
King
last very
George.
long.
Not to be confused with the other King George that is actually exists.
Oh god, those are old roles then.
They're real old, yeah.
Okay,
2019.
should I hold off on the social media one then for waiting? And just
Yeah,
move on
yeah.
to a different.
Yeah, just push it back.
Pardon me. Alrighty, so welcome members to the community meeting for Amaranth Legacy, dated September 14th of 2024. My name is Lord Scoring 7, and I will serve as the meeting arbitrator. We have a lot on the agenda today. We were currently waiting for a pertinent member of one of the first points on the agenda to show up, but we're still waiting for her. So we will just move on to another point in the docket, and hopefully she will show up in the meantime. So
All right. So
then the next one we had on the list was the creation of I'm sorry. The next one we had on the list was what do we want to do with old scopes / is my, as in Lord Scorn 7's definitions sufficient to separate them? And this is speaker will be Smoothie.
all right, so for old scopes, what are we wanting to do with them? So there are a couple of options. Let me pull up my notes. Actually, you're not going to be able to see them on my stream, but that doesn't matter. So for old scopes, generally there were a couple of things that we wanted to, well, not wanted to do with them. There were a couple of options we had. For old scopes, we really need to think about the goal that we have. So, do we want it to be mostly a history show and tell, just like what we've done in the past? And generally, we might want to keep all versions of specifically the local universe because that's the one that's causing this conundrum. Uh, and maybe add a signifier versions for them. But for collaboration for the future, which the re-arrival of our beloved member Al has given us some thought, we may want to have more collaboration open for the older scopes. So, with that said, a collaborative effort for older scopes such as the local universe would need a potential solution because as it stands now the local universe is very fractured canon wise. It's got like several different versions because we changed so many things month after month after month, but a potential solution for this would be something I discussed and I think is actually another point on the agenda. Yes, possibly turning all the mergings of galaxies, crinklings, which occurred into a canonical aspect of the local universe scope. So, for a collaborative solution, something we could do that could give the local universe a much more dynamic history as well as preserving multiple versions of its past is turning those canon changes of galaxies getting moved around and merged into an actual history of galactic evolution. Uh, and I think this would be a lot of work, but as we have someone who has expressed interest in working on the local universe's scope itself, I think this would be an option we could look into. I'd like to open the floor up to everyone else. Just get some thoughts on that.
Ready. If anyone has any thoughts on that, please raise your hand.
All right. I have thoughts personally.
All right.
And I think it's sort of like a concern. My main concern is uh how that what I guess that would look like. There are a lot of there are a ton of versions of pages, and I mean a ton that are incompatible with one another. Like all humans live in, I don't know, Via Lacrimosa, and then there's another page that says all humans live in Via Ilithia, and it's like, oh, how would that work? Would there be like a galactic merger that separated by billions of years, or would that both happen to have humans, or how would that even work?
Yeah. What I was thinking for that is we obviously need to come up with a timeline of when this happens, and most of the versions of the local universe have the same general time frame for stuff happening. So we just have it happen at the time that it says it happens in the timeline. So we correct those no longer canon supported versions to say like, oh, this
Oh,
system was once part of this galaxy, and by the time humans got around, it was now in this merged galaxy.
so basically there would be a ton of uh so there'd be one canon project, and we would basically
Yeah.
just go through each page and go, how can we change this to fit in the canon?
hmm It's
Oh, okay.
mm,
That doesn't sound
yeah.
so hard since there's not that many. Well, it would take a while.
It would take a while, yes, and it would be more of a long term effort. But what we would be left with afterwards is a dynamically changing and overall a lot more filled universe of the local universe, something that none of the versions on their own could have had.
It's very true.
And since Al has expressed interest in writing in the local universe, I think it would make it a much more interesting place for him to write.
I strongly,
Is that all for this point, or does
strongly
anyone
agree.
else wish to speak? The local universe, I think some versions of it. No, the local universe was after we went fully fictional. Um, Humans came from, yeah, some versions have it, and then some versions have agent. Okay, yeah. Well, for Earth being canon, since you're the person who is wanting to actually write there, we could make it just at your whim, have Earth be in the final canon version of it.
Just a side question, but what is it? There's voting on this, right?
So what I'm wanting to do is we'll try to reach consensus just like verbally, and then if that can't be reached, we'll put it to a vote.
Okay, yeah, makes sense.
All right. From here, do we want to get to another point, or is there more discussing?
Yeah, I was gonna ask on this point. I had to take off my headset for just a second. What Duo was trying to get at, if I heard him correctly, was that we create like different variants of the local universe dependent on the era, and then you're more for a proponent of like one true canon for the local universe.
Yes, I am more of a one true canon proponent.
I am as
Uh,
well.
yeah, I think it would be really cool, and the one true canon we would end up with would be more interesting than any of those versions individually.
And then also, this concern on the agenda also concerns Borealis and 6E.
Yeah. So
What would we want to
Borealis
do with
and
those?
6E, well, those are a lot deeper history for us. So I local universe was the one that had too many versions that were very incongruous with each other because we were changing really, really quickly back then. Borealis and 6E had less interference, if I recall correctly. So I don't think we need to change anything for them at this moment. I think if somebody wants to write in them, we could just change it then. But for now, I think it's okay if we leave it.
Oh,
And
Minmus has asked to be recognized.
yep.
She shall, so we will all let her speak.
Hello. So for this local universe thing, another some versions of about your talk about how quickly the local universe was changing. I there is something there that I think is personally relevant to my work, considering that halfway through that chain of changes, Chlorophyll started existing, and so there ended up being like at least 3 different versions of Chlorophyll before we went into having it be Cosmoria and the whole Grinkling thing. So what we do with that, I'm not entirely sure. I don't know. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. Obviously,
Mhm.
we would pick one version of Florithel itself to be the prime canon, and at this point, I'm down to just say like it could be whichever version you personally like best. But
Yeah.
what I'm mostly referring to is Florithel used to have more satellites before
Yes.
it kind of
Yeah,
subsumed them.
there are some
What we would
satellites that I ended up cutting for time, and
Yeah,
there are
what we
ideas
would
in those that I did like, but given that I'm not planning to write in the local universe, I don't think bringing them back for the local universe version of Florithel would be very worthwhile.
Of course, of course. But for the satellites that did have content that were then just kind of deleted or subsumed into Florithel, we could have them
Yeah.
being consumed by the galaxy and be an actual canon event. Sort of turning meta canon into canon.
Oh, so now it like actually wait. Galaxies like Stellar also mentioned that galaxies take a very very long time to merge. So and given that pre and post mergers would also have would have the same nations. That's just blatantly silly, because having the Ardaya conflicts last. Hang on, because like having. Actually, I'm pretty sure the only satellite to have actual content was, I'm pretty sure, the Larius Galaxy, which I'm probably gonna gonna reuse that stuff for Worldly Workshop. But the idea that the Forever War would start when Larius was its own galaxy on the far edge of Florathel's sphere of influence, and still be going when that galaxy makes it all the way in and gets completely merged into Florathel, that's preposterous. So I'm not sure if how is that going to work? That's my question.
That is actually a valid concern.
Yeah. This isn't mine. It's actually Stellar, but no one actually responded. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh, sorry, I didn't see.
saw it in the chat.
Duo
So,
was
yeah,
mid-speech, so I
Since I
wanted
have
to
a
let him
microphone,
finish.
since I have a microphone and I'm already talking about something that was relevant to that concern, I figured I might as well bring it up.
Yeah, in the future, Stellar, if you could just raise your hand, and we'll put you on stage. You don't need to put a mic on. We'll just look for your text, and then we'll know that we're supposed to focus on you.
Yeah, it definitely a valid concern. I would say we might do something like we did with Cosmoria and make the galactic merger process actually happen faster.
Well, what we did with Cosmoria was
Adjust
a
gravity.
matter of spatial scale, but with galactic mergers, you can't really have that happen faster at all because of what it is. You know,
Yeah.
that's not really something that you can do. Like, you can cut down the number of stars in a setting. That's very easy. But taking something that occurs over time is and compressing it is a lot more difficult. Like the timeline compression that we already did was about historical events that shouldn't have taken that long in the first place. So that was a lot easier to do. But if we take something that takes a set amount of time and should realistically take that long, suddenly making it take several orders of magnitude less time has some consequences.
Yes, I always interpreted what Smoothie was talking about as just mentioning those galaxies in passing in like the history section, and then I guess like taking everything that's happened in them and either deleting it if you just don't want it at all, or adding them to the one singular canon, but like taking place at the same time they would have.
Okay.
Unless I'm mistaken on that in that regard.
May I interject one moment?
Yeah.
Just one moment. Al had asked, the local universe is the wiki's dumpster in a sense. No, that's not what we're trying to go for.
That's
No, yeah.
that's
Hold on.
That's a bit derogatory.
One moment, Dennis. We're not trying to make this just a graveyard of ideas that we don't want to do. What we want the local universe to do is for these ideas to be considered valid and canon to itself as originally intended. Less so that none of us want to touch it or even look at it. It's ideas that we liked back then, but became too different with our current writing styles. But we didn't want to just pretend that they didn't happen and that they weren't valid. So we gave them their own space. That's what the local universe is. Thank you.
Yeah. Like, and something about that would also be like, yeah, like normally the idea of something being separate but equal doesn't really doesn't actually work. But I think in this case it can, because we already have a billion separate things anyway. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that the idea of local universe is definitely a lot more than just stuff we don't care about anymore. Considering if we didn't care about it, it wouldn't be on the wiki at all.
That's absolutely true.
Pretty. At this point, we could some old lore, and I don't get that.
I see what Al is saying. I've had the thought process because I do want to caution things in the local universe and any of the older scopes that this isn't being worked on by its original author. But I've always struggled as to what kind of name a category should be. I don't because every category name that I could think of is too dismissive of the lore and like making it feel like that it isn't worth reading. And I don't like that at all.
I mean,
And oh, go ahead.
one idea for that could be fairly simple, like if I like all of my old local universe content could be in a Minmus local universe articles and Minmus Cosmoria articles, for instance. And it wouldn't that wouldn't prioritize Cosmoria above local universe. And like the regular Minmus's articles thing would be just a wrapper that has those two other categories in it. Does that sound good?
I don't mind that. But what kind of caution would we want to put? Or would we put any caution? Should we even caution that this isn't being worked on anymore? Because, for instance, on my old Ambrosia, I have this notice right here that I put in the side chat, where it says that this content directly relates to the local universe of the Ambrosia Galaxy, in quotes, and has remained canon as is in the local universe. As such, it is no longer being actively worked on by user Lord Scorn 7. Feel free to take it up should you feel the want to do so. And then it links to the current one I'm working on. I think that's a decent caution.
Yeah, that seems valid. Like if someone like this thing, like my idea does you're right that my proposal just now doesn't really acknowledge the fact that I am not actually actively working on my local universe content. So which would mean that if you want to write in local universe Florathel, you can. So that would probably be a good idea. Like, like I'm not sure there is a way to say this is not being actively worked on, so go ahead and take it if you like, without being at least a little dismissive. So
you could say
that's a great drawing, by the way. I love that.
Oh, it's getting really good.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I love it.
How do I put this? We could put it in the scope page that the local universe is historical, so that if somebody reads the local universe, they'll have full knowledge that it is a snapshot of the past originally. It started that way. And now that we've restored this snapshot, it is now once again open to further expansion, to, I guess, continue on as though we never got rid of it, right? We've resurrected this.
It was in stasis.
It was in state. There we go. Perfect. But like, we don't need
I
that
love
on
that language.
on the top of every page.
Maybe not.
Maybe this article is currently unmaintained, but I think I don't know.
I think you're right. I think we don't need the caution on every single page, but a caution on
the category
the scope.
page.
Yeah, or the scope page. Because
I mean, that's not necessarily true. I don't think putting it on the scope page is very useful because, because the whole point of this caution is that if you want to pick it up, you can. But then once someone picks it up, it's no longer true that nothing in the scope is being actively maintained. So
True.
that so that notice would then become invalid the moment someone reads it and acts upon it. So I think it would be best to put it in like the category pages. Like if someone
Oh,
let's use me as an example again. And
yeah.
I write like let's say there's a notice in the Minmus local universe articles. And someone sees that and says, I'll pick that up. They would then, I'm not sure if they would remove it from the Minmus local universe article or add it to their own category on top of the Minmus local universe article. But I do think that would be more consistent with what we want to do with those. You know?
I was thinking a little bit of an adopt me sort of template. This
Yeah.
article,
Oh,
like that's more
good.
positive.
I was also considering like adoption language for
That's a
articles
good
like
one.
that. So
I
an
like
adopt me template would absolutely be
Yeah.
Yes, an adopt me template would be fire. Like,
Yeah, and yeah.
I agree on this. I like that.
yes, good idea.
Yep. But
Um,
scope shouldn't have an adopt me if the author decides to disappear. We should just preserve them in their state. And
Scopes as a whole, no.
scopes is completely in a can of worms. We don't really have a
Yes.
procedure for an abandoned scope right now, but who cares?
I
we do
mean,
not, but I think that could be a later
yeah,
issue.
That's a later discussion,
that
yeah.
can be a future us issue. Like, if
Yeah.
Smoothie
True.
suddenly disappears, we probably have bigger problems than Chroma Gaia not getting updates.
True.
you'd have very big problems if I disappeared, which is why I intend to not do that.
Yeah, that would be.
Try not getting any car accidents, okay?
Too late.
I missed this question from Al. So I'm trying to see. We still need to adjust to the local universe. No. What is that in reference to, Al? Just lore in general, or new lore added? Yeah. It'll probably take a lot of work on our end, but I am hoping at one point. Yeah. I am hoping at some point all the local universe articles will make logical sense
Yeah. Like,
and not
my thing
contradict
with
us.
the local universe in particular is that I think it might be a good idea to, for instance, like, maybe everyone's writing, instead of having to pick a specific era of wiki, that all the stuff in that era of local universe becomes the local universe, having everyone pick their favorite versions of their local universe lore
Mm-hmm.
I think be the ideal course of action here. Particularly what?
This was a proposal that Duo had, actually. The like snapshotting at certain points
Yeah.
and picking those as
Yeah, but
favorites.
it'll be
Although, like,
yeah.
oh, and yeah, I know, but I'm like proposing that if my favorite version of Florithel existed at a different time than, say, Duo's favorite version of the Neoterran intergalactic hegemony, then
God,
those
no version.
would then like they wouldn't be like different snapshots of local universe. They would both be like those would both be like those would both be the versions of their respective lore sets that make it into the local universe.
If I can just mention, you mentioned the Neoterrans. I use them actually specifically as an example of what I usually do. I segmented the Neoterrans into, I think, all three of the old universe
Very
Yeah,
old.
they have been around for a while.
scopes. Because I put them in Borealis when they were really small scale, and then the Neoterrans got billion galaxy empire, so I put them in 6E, and then I put the when we went fully fictional version of them in local. And I've done that for a couple things where I've had the Confederacy of Humanity. There's
Actually, I'm
one
pretty
for
sure
each
that,
one of those.
speaking of which, I'm actually pretty sure that Florithel did briefly exist in the era of billion galaxy empires, because it was Dwindjaloo
No
1.
way, really?
It was Dwindjaloo 1, yes. It was called the Flower
Was
Galaxy.
it small?
Yeah, I was going to
It
ask
was like
actually.
this dinky galaxy that was 11 million light years away from the Milky Way, and I talked big, and I had a blurb or something about frickin' everyone
Yes.
looking. Yeah, like it did briefly exist towards the tail end of the.
Let's add it.
Well, the question I was going to ask you.
it wasn't that far from Herschel's space, was it?
The question I was going to ask you, Minmus, is would Flower Galaxy, the local version of Chlorophyll, be Flower Galaxy instead?
The local universe version of no, I don't believe so. The Borealis version of Chlorophyll would be Flower Galaxy, but it would also be like 10,000 bytes of content, and that's it. So it doesn't really matter.
I don't remember it ever being in Borealis. I remember it starting in local times.
I'm pretty sure that it existed before. It existed for a good while before everything went fully fictional.
Okay.
But it was like on the very tail end of everyone having big empires in the real universe. So, yeah.
Another question from Al. Or a point, I should say, not question, where it would be nice to indicate somehow that the person reading knows that this version uses Agent as the origin of humanity, or this version of the local universe uses Terra as the origin of humanity. Duo had done something kind of similar. I don't know if he got rid of the caution now, but I liked it when we first started doing scopes, when it was still like a multiverse before I finalized my idea for scopes. He had cautioned on the fandom page for humans for the Cosmoria side that it's not to be confused with the humans of Borealis or the humans of 60 or the humans of local.
Mm-hmm.
And I think anything that has like duplicates like that, like duplicate ideas, I think would be a good idea.
This comes down to
disambiguation?
disambiguation pages.
Yes.
Which Tess brought up.
Yes, exactly. A disambiguation.
So I think for humans, as and perhaps even
More.
and perhaps even Mars and stuff, there should be a disambiguation page, and then that leads to, hey, what are you looking for? Which
Same
is
with
kind
Earth.
of lame, but we got to do it. I don't think we have a choice.
I
Wikipedia
believe so
does.
as well.
Not lame. It's good.
It's lame because I'm too prideful. I want Mars to be my thing, but without a little parentheses behind it. But I can't really do that.
Well, I mean,
No,
you can
Wikipedia
do that.
also has
Like I have with
Wikipedia also
dragons.
has like non-parentheses versions of multiple things that share the same name. Like there's Ganymede parentheses moon and Ganymede with no parentheses, and that's the and then Ganymede parentheses.
Yeah, but I
disambiguate.
don't think we should prioritize any one over any other.
I agree.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And plus
if you really wanted
Citizen
Mars with no parentheses to be your thing, that is theoretically possible.
Citizen itself makes the parentheses like gray, so it doesn't really. It's like it's kind of hidden, but it's still there. Hold on, I'll show
I
you.
love Citizen.
Who doesn't love Citizen?
Well, the devil.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm in favor of like for things that would happen a lot between multiple scopes. One person getting the no parentheses either on just like priority or just like this is most important to their scope. I've always been in favor of that. So
my counter for that would be, what if someone came in and like a new member and then tried to use the same name for their thing, like Mars, for example? What would we do then?
well, precedent of seniority. Like, hey, this
Well-
is already used. You add a parentheses.
I have a
Yeah.
question about disambiguation in general. Are they like, if you link to something, no matter what, will it hit the disambiguation page even without the parentheses? Like, I don't really know how
Without-
they work.
You
Hold
have
up,
to
sorry,
put in the
what's the question?
parentheses and hang on a minute.
Oh,
Let me tell you about how you do it.
Okay.
Oh wait,
Like that.
I did not hear my name.
Oh. Why? What is wrong with you?
Whoa, okay. No,
supposed to
I
be
heard past.
Decade old tupper for Wings of Fire that my mom made.
That's
Okay,
so funny.
What was the
What
question,
the
Duo?
hell? Okay, it's supposed to have two. It's supposed to have. Yeah,
I get it. But well, my question was at the disambiguation page. Like if you just put in Mars, would it lead to the one without parentheses or lead to the disambiguation page? Because
It
I want
should
that every
probably
single time.
lead to the disambiguation page, but it depends because it's not like a MediaWiki thing. You have to make a page that redirects.
Can we not just? Could the individual author not just like link it to their specific? 'Cause that's what I would do.
Oh no, that would be. That's only the link to the disambiguation page would be for
Oh,
like
I
old
see.
stuff that
Okay.
we just that's perhaps not going to be changed. So I don't think we can. I think every single article with multiple will have to have parentheses.
Yeah, it will.
For the
Think
sake
so
of
as well. Reader
So
comprehension.
unfortunately,
I've
let's
already
put the
done a
pride,
lot of
our
that.
pride aside.
I've already done a ton of that work behind the scenes as is. If you look through all the pages, there's a decent bit
Oh
that
yeah,
have
the pages number keeps blossoming.
I
Yeah, hold
keep
on, let me-
making parenthesis versions of things.
I'm trying to find a page that has. Oh, here you go. Timeline Cosmoria. If you go to Timeline Cosmoria, the parentheses are like gray and it's like smaller than the main title, but it's there.
Oh, that's interesting. Let me check that out.
Here, I'll just send the link so you don't have to search it up. Shut. Hold up.
Okay. So going back a little bit, for the local universe, have we reached consensus on this? Are we doing a united canon or are we doing the picking different times?
United Canon.
United
I'm
Canon.
for a united canon.
United Canon. Yes.
I vote for United Canon. There's
All right.
no dissent.
United canon.
I don't think.
Hell yeah,
Al?
United Canon.
Al, do
So
you have
yeah.
an opinion?
Speak now
United-
or forever hold. Speak now or forever hold your peace.
United canon would mean just no. So
No,
united canon.
no.
It would just mean that we're uniting all of the things that we put in local universe, and we're not bothering with segmenting it for different times because the local universe is what I decided the local universe scope to be is when the wiki went fully fictional, where we got rid of all real universe reference. But the problem with that is that level of fictionality has changed a lot throughout the years. It went from having a lot of galaxies to not many to one. So I just decided to, before the Amaranth Legacy was named, everything that was of that time was put in the local universe. So if we did a united canon, it would mean that everything of that time would be put in the same universe, and we just do our best as we catch contradictions to fix it.
Yep.
Good stuff.
Alrighty. That issue is
So yeah,
solved.
I want to see if we have full unanimous support.
I believe so.
I abstain.
Okay. Fair enough. 90% yes, 1% vote present. 10% vote present. I support this.
Yeah. I think that's enough.
Yep.
Okay.
Alrighty.
This is a super majority already, but it shouldn't
way
affect
past
any
super
of Al's
vote.
work because that's up to him.
Yeah,
How
where's
that
the-
all goes.
Where's the points at? Where's that at?
Where- I have them. Because I kept getting distracted with our call beforehand, I've just decided that I'm kind of just going to pick stuff as arbitrator. But the first three things are still the first three things that we decided beforehand. This was the second. Now that
Okay.
Minmus is here, we can discuss the creation of possible social media. So I'm going to give the floor to Smoothie to speak on first, and then the floor will be given to Minmus, and then we'll begin discussions. So Smoothie, the floor is yours.
All right. So the social media account. So the social media platforms listed potentially are Tumblr, Twitter, Facebook, and TikTok. I do believe we had a YouTube channel at one point, but
We do.
yeah, we do.
I have
It's-
access.
I don't.
Isn't it owned by
Oh, you have
Mittens?
access?
Isn't it
Great.
owned by Mittens? I'm pretty sure.
Well,
Duo says he has access, but let's let Smoothie
Okay.
finish their point.
Yeah, sorry.
okay.
Sorry.
So, starting off with Tumblr, Minmus, you said you would make that and then give me the information so we could sort of co-own it.
Yes.
Okay. So, what we're going to be doing on the Tumblr, I think, is a discussion for the two of us later. But generally, I think posting about new articles or just the weekly updates, mirroring those onto the Tumblr. I think that would be good. If anyone wants to go through CSS hell or HTML hell, I can't remember which one it is, to like make the blog page itself look great, that would also be wonderful.
That
So for
shouldn't be so bad.
yeah,
I'm saying
I
maybe that's.
have been on Tumblr for like 2 years, so if we want to end up
Oh God, I hope I
doing
still
the
have access.
occasional, if we want to do the occasional little shit post, I think that would be fine as well as it doesn't, as long as it doesn't completely consume
Oh,
the yeah. What Twitter
Oh,
X,
hold
whatever you
on.
want to call
I
it.
I I I have a point for Twitter, but I will save that for let Minmus speak first, and then I will explain my feelings towards Twitter.
can I also
Because
hop in line?
Yeah, you
yes,
can hop in.
I will also hop
after
in line.
okay. If
Great.
that's the case, may I just speak on my point on Twitter very fast?
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, so give me one moment to find the page itself. Twitter being very annoying.
Second. How do I sign out?
Oh goodness, did they? Oh, they might have changed. They might have gotten rid of it. Oh, give me. Oh no, I found it. Sorry, took me a second. So for Twitter, I had the idea of actually creating a Twitter account because a fine person made this here. It was for when the archive of the fandom was first launched. They made this a Spanish translation of pages, kind of, and then just posted them to Twitter. And I liked that. So if this exists already on Twitter, it hasn't been updated in a little while, but I was planning on reaching out to the person. I believe they're still in the Discord. I was thinking of having a proper ran by one of the mods Twitter account that's in English. And then this here, yeah, and Al could help with translations as well. I've always
Oh
wanted to
yeah,
do
sick.
translation stuff for the wiki. I'd love that. But so
Yeah.
because this Twitter
Yeah,
account
that
exists,
one.
I believe we should have a Twitter. That's my thoughts.
Okay. I can't recall if it's possible to create a side blog and then give someone else access to the side blog without necessarily giving them access to my main blog, or if I just have to make a new account.
I would recommend just making a new account for that.
Yeah, that does sound easier. Okay. One momento. Well, where's the log out button? That's not the log out button. Oh my god.
Because I do recall there was this account called Sideblog with everybody, but it was kind of just a main blog in itself, and it just gave the information to anybody who DM'd and asked for it.
Oh my god. I am actually mildly confused because there does not appear to be a sign out button.
So I'm not gonna speak for Scorn, but I think the current thing is that like this is a primarily English community, but I don't know.
Yes, I had put in the rules that I did state that it's primarily English. The only reason I stated that is because, well, most of us speak English, and none of us have really the facilities to translate very well. But a translation project would be a massive undertaking. But if anyone would be willing to put that on themselves, I would be more than happy to allow it.
That would be tough.
Yeah, that would be
It would be
really hard.
extremely
But,
tough,
like,
though.
if you want to, I won't stop you. But that's not something I'm gonna do. Plus, the only other language I'm fluent in is Latin anyway, so I don't think that would be very useful.
That helps. It makes it a little easier.
A way of translating, I thought
Latin would be so
this isn't an
silly.
agenda point, but since it's topic of conversation, I'll bring it up. A way of translating, I thought, would be less so to make actual like a whole on other fandom and translate page, but more doing the efforts in a Discord channel here.
scope language, but I don't
Kind
support
of.
that at all.
Scope language?
Yeah, not scope language, but
Yeah, that
more
would be
like whatever the translator wishes to translate, they do so there.
how to decide.
Because there's so many languages. I don't really think we need a whole on other site for each one, like Spanish, uh, Filipino, or Indonesian, whatever ends up needing to be translated. French, Quarar is French. That's their first language.
Or Warrior would yeah, we gotta invite. Oh, that's later. That's later.
But-
I do
basically
agree that
everyone-
English is probably we shouldn't spend any resources on this.
Not as a wider community, but more just as if a community member is so inclined, we will not
Yeah, like
steal it from them.
open to doing it, but not open
Yeah.
for us to put it on us.
Yes.
like if you want to do it, go ahead. I will not be doing it.
Yep.
All right, but back to the social media.
I believe Duo wanted to speak on it after Midmiss.
Oh yes, it turns out I don't actually have access to the YouTube channel anymore because not only do I not have the password, well, actually, it's in Morbius's DMs, so never mind. I do have access, but the name of the email is called the Millennium Official at gmail.com.
Oh,
Which
Yeah.
let's just start over. That's
Yeah,
it.
we would just start
I
over.
mean, at that point, it is possible to rename email accounts. I think.
Oh,
Is that possible?
I don't believe you
I
can
don't
rename
know.
it. You must delete the Gmail account.
Oh.
Yes. I
Well,
remember
in that
coming
case,
across
I
this
should
years
ignore it.
ago, Al. I remember
Like
that.
that's what I did. I basically when I switched my
Imperial
email,
de
I
la
had to
Humana-
delete my Gmail.
I
Humanidad.
also had to
That's
do
hard to
that.
say.
Alrighty. Stellar wanted to speak on this. So Stellar, if you could raise your hand, we will
Okay.
let you speak.
Hang on a
Oh,
minute. Let me
the-
just DM Smoothie about this really
Okay.
quickly.
Okay. The floor recognizes Stellar. So go ahead and type out your assertion. Social media posts that are essentially travel advertisement to the different locations of the wiki. Example, I recently made the pilot page Twilight, something along the lines of tread the charcoal grasslands on Twilight, edited onto the image of the Twilight surface, along with the link to the page on the bottom. Would make it for a nice post, or maybe we could feature QR
That
codes to the page in the corner, one of the corners.
yeah, that
I
would
like
be
that.
really cool.
That would be very cool, actually. I don't know how to do that though, but you apparently do.
More for Smoothie. No, I'm joking.
Oh,
Um, hmm. Yeah, that's actually quite easy enough. If you make travel cards for the posts, then whatever social media accounts we end up having, we could post between all of them. If anyone's good with video editing, we might want to revive the YouTube. Just do short little.
I can
somewhat.
kind of do it. I can kind of do it.
Amaranth Legacy lore videos would be so cool.
Yes, I've wanted to do that for years.
I
Okay,
could
if
do
I have
some of the
time, I
narrating.
could probably get myself some equipment and have
The
a lore video on like on like the history of such and such nations. That would be
this
really
microphone I'm using right now sounds pretty crisp. This was for a voice acting project, so I can use that. And then I
I
have very
could also
rudimentary
read.
video editing.
Yeah,
Like,
same here. I have a good mic and I can read.
I'm currently speaking into a decade-old Mac laptop,
It
but
doesn't sound that bad.
but I'm not sure. Does it sound good on your end?
Sounds
Sounds fine.
possible. Yeah.
AI voices.
I don't think that
Yeah,
would be.
Well,
No.
hold on.
No.
I'm mixed. I'm mixed on it. I don't want to dismiss the point offhand. Not that not for any moral reason or nothing. It's just because using AI makes it feel like
Inauthentic?
inauthentic and
It's also plagiarism.
stilted, and we don't want to we're like it gives the impression that everything it's reading off is AI, and I definitely don't want that impression to be made.
Yeah, AI
That's why I
AI
use AI.
AI anything is something that I feel is really questionable to me because of simply how it works.
Yeah, I know you
There
agree
are-
with me, Stellar.
yeah,
I'm not saying this is your proposal. It reminded me on the point that in case someone came up and was saying we could just use AI. We could. There's nothing stopping that. And AI voices have gotten pretty good at pronouncing made up words. I usually use them to listen back to my articles before I post them to make sure I didn't catch any spelling mistakes or any weirdness in the wording. But
yeah.
when
I
it
think
comes
like
to actual reading out videos, I'd rather one of us do it for real.
yeah.
Yeah,
Um
if you would like, I can read out videos that you want to record.
I can do so as well.
Yeah,
So
I
we
mean,
got
like
3 people. Perfect. Okay.
we have multiple
me too,
people that are
given warning.
yeah, we have multiple people that are willing to read stuff out. So I don't personally see the reason we would need an AI voice. Like completely in a vacuum, I am fine with doing that. It's just like the way YouTube AI voice content slop is going
Yes.
would
Yes.
reflect poorly on our
I-
community.
Yes,
That's
it
what
would
Scorn was
present the
saying
wrong
about the
image.
the presentation and the
Mm.
first impression. Or
Exactly.
however impressions, yeah.
If someone posted like a video file to the Discord about an AI reading their article, I would not give them any level of shit for that. I'd be like, oh, okay, cool.
No.
That's fine.
Yeah,
All
AI
right.
does make it look cheap given how AI is used by
Yes.
others. Would
And
it be
then
um generally I say AI and
Yes.
generated images are fine for the travel advertisement. Uh some people will get mad about
Oh,
that, but
for the advertisements?
yeah, I would prefer to stray away from them myself, but I
because
I
once
don't
again impressions, yeah.
really
Yes.
yeah, like I don't think it's evil or
Uh,
anything to do
I'm
that.
s- I'm split because impressions, but also these are small. They're just little images, so like it's not
Yeah.
as bad, but maybe. But see, the problem is what will we have for relevant images each time we did this? Because I was thinking like we have like Space Engine on lock, but that's only for like environmental stuff. When it comes to like if we want to do something for a character, then we're
Well,
kind of out of luck
Space
unless we
Engine
already
is
have
only
official
good
art.
for on ground environmental stuff.
That too.
I see what you're saying, Stellar.
Of course
It
you
is the
do.
best option you have to visualize without like just working me day and night to make
Yeah,
direct.
because we need to balance it with the workload.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Um.
just gonna say, hey, if you don't like there being AI images and you're an artist,
Whoa, Stellar.
be one of the resident artists.
Yes.
Please help.
No.
I'm doing this for free here.
Yeah. Use of AI on the wiki itself is more than allowed. I mean, I do it. So
There's no copyright issue, I think. Like
no.
according to
Like
Commons. I'm not saying
there's
this myself.
there's no legal issue to using AI. I personally think
Yeah, there's
that
personal
that
issues.
it's
I'm not gonna
extremely
say anything
ethically
about it.
questionable, so I won't be doing it.
Yes, that's perfectly
And
fine.
I would advise people to not do it, but it's not something we should enforce.
If you, I would say don't even do that. I because it's a very like negative impression to give. Like say someone just joined and they used AI to do their robot to do their alien. If the first word out of someone's mouth is, "Oh, you shouldn't have used AI," that'll like
Yeah,
take
that would be
that'll take the wind out of their sails so
that's
fast. I
not
know
what
it
I
would for
meant.
me.
True, but that's not what I was trying to say. I was trying to say like sort of like I don't know. If like
What
a
if
tech
someone's
bro
not using it?
comes
If
walking in and is
someone's
like,
not
hey,
already using it, then don't recommend it, or what?
yeah, I wouldn't recommend it.
We as a
Or like
community are
if
wholly ambivalent to it, is what I think.
yeah, like if
Yeah, because there's a ton of AI.
like
Yeah.
if someone walks in and use it and makes this crusty AI picture of their species, maybe we could offer to make
I
to
would
make-
just criticize it based on the quality and not necessarily the method that it was made.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
If the image is bad, then the image is just bad. But
Yeah.
I spend way too much money on it. I have a very powerful AI image suite that I don't use as much for the money I put in. But if anyone needs a better image, I can help them.
Okay.
I've been doing it for a long time now, so
Social
I know
media
the.
accounts.
Yep. What I use. We shall use most of the same. No, I don't think I'd enforce that. No.
Let's not.
No,
let's
yeah.
not enforce that. Like, I'm not using AI at all, and
Yeah.
so there's going to be a little
There
bit
should,
of
I feel like there shouldn't be anything
consistency on
handed
my
down.
articles and the art on
If
Stella's
if someone in
So,
creative
I don't
resources in the creative resources channel, if someone asks me like Stellar did just the other day to generate an image, I'll do it. That's because it's a nice thing to do. But it's not. We're not gonna like mandate that you have to use like Mid Journey or Novel AI or anything like that.
Okay, I'm gonna create a Gmail for the Tumblr right now.
Using images off of Pinterest is one that I'm unsure about. I've thought about it.
Yeah, that's a legal or not legally copyright wise.
Yeah,
I would
most images on Pinterest are of like actual real people, and just find and like if someone looks for images of themselves and then finds that and then finds a random image that they a random selfie that they posted on an article about an interstellar warlord, they would probably be
the thing is,
really confused.
copyright wise, we don't make any money, so it's not a copyright violation because if you're not
I mean,
earning a dime
hold
on it, then it doesn't really hold up much. It would just basically have to be the person would request it get taken down, and then we take it down, and that'd be the long and short of it legally.
Yeah,
Because they can't
hold
really
up, give me a
sue us
second.
for the money we didn't earn.
I'm not so sure about that. Let me double check.
As far as I know,
Very
with copyright
useful.
law, that is how it works.
The
Because
SCP Foundation would be.
and it's transformative in the sense that we are presenting the image in a totally different context than was originally intended.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm double checking. Copyright Office says you can be sued if you use without authorization, regardless, and it doesn't say mention anything about profit.
So would that be? But that would just be in context to our main site. I don't think it'd be in context of fandom because fandom does it all the time.
Yeah, fandom would. Yeah. I don't
So
know.
would that just be the rule? If you're going to use images from like online sources, just put them on the fandom and on the main site. You're just going to have to deal without it,
Can I? Can I
or
go
just
next?
ban it immediately. Yeah, before Rick Knight's name is. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm about to create the Gmail account that we're gonna use for the Tumblr, and I was thinking for efficiency, we could probably just stack all of the social media accounts on that email.
I was gonna mention something about that because I did wanted to speak about the accounts.
Yeah, because basically every social media has you sign in with a Gmail account, and having a different Gmail account for every single one
whatever.
would be needlessly complicated. So I'm just gonna call it Amaranth Legacy Social at gmail.com.
Sounds good to me.
At gmail.com.
What? Hold on. Let me actually see. I can make.
So yeah, I'm gonna call it Amaranth Legacy Social.
I could use the actual domain if we really need like that authenticity, but whatever.
Oh,
Because like I have access to domain. I can just like get email on the domain and then just boom.
Just
done.
like an Amaranth Legacy at
no at like no like literally like wiki at amaranthlegacy.community, like the real domain.
So like
well,
would that
this
work
is
on
a-
Gmail?
This is an issue on the docket, actually, courtesy of my girlfriend.
Really?
Yes, not this specific domain thing, but the issue of community language of
Yeah,
constantly calling
yeah.
ourselves a wiki. Do we want to keep doing that?
I mean, we could just
But
call
we'll
it
get back to
official
that.
at. But yeah, that's
Okay.
that's for later.
I'm gonna say it's asking for my birthday, so while I'm making this.
Let's
So I'm just gonna.
okay. Hold on. Hold off on that email. real
Yeah,
quick.
we're gonna wait a moment because we haven't even decided we're gonna do this yet. We haven't reached consensus.
So hold on. I wanna speak about the accounts.
Yes, go ahead.
Um.
Floor is
So
yours.
I like Tumblr, YouTube. That makes sense, but I feel like if we're going to make accounts, the password should be at least available to all of the staff.
Yes.
So that should someone disappear, that account,
Yes.
like for example, that a translation account, it then is just like not under our control anymore, which is bad.
Yes.
That would be bad. On that note, I think it would be good to send. Hang on a minute.
Like I'm just thinking like a shared password manager or whatever.
Okay.
'Cause, just leaving
Gordon, I'm
Discord
going to send
passwords
you
in Discord. Yeah.
a friend request because having a staff group chat that we can pin information like that in would probably be pretty useful.
We have a staff.
Yeah, there's a staff room right here.
Yeah.
Ah,
Um.
actually, if I'm helping operate the socials, should I be staff?
Let's see.
I've been here for a
I
while.
thought I mentioned it before.
Yeah, but nothing actually happened. So I'm just.
The four staff, 4 horsemen. Do we want a 5th horseman?
It's the 5th ranger. What are we gonna ask next time? The 6th ranger?
Yeah,
I
because we
feel
can't be
like at this
horsemen anymore.
point,
Being a horseman's
it
cool.
may be useful to differentiate like general staff,
Yeah.
like manages some part of our community, be it like the wiki, the website.
Yeah, like a hierarchy, like social media manager.
Yeah, that's what I was
Distinguishing
thinking
that
as well.
from like
I mean,
the
too much of a hierarchy would probably be bad. I think.
yeah.
True.
Obviously, it's not
Like
going to be
just
like a
having
social
staff
hierarchy.
and people who write.
Perhaps each
And
staff
I'd like
member
to
has
think
their
that I've
own.
been here long enough to be the former.
Yeah, like different types of staff. Like obviously, we have the triumvirate or quadrumvirate vaccine. So we have the triumvirate who makes like is kind of like the final vote for administrative decisions. We have the social media managers, website managers. It would be useful to distinguish between them.
Oh well, I was planning on if Minmiss was so inclined and so awesome to do so to put World Building Workshop as a scope on the fandom or the main side. I don't really care. I'd give Minmiss content moderation on the fandom so that she can have the same level of control as she has on her fandom. So she's not like she's not giving up anything for joining with this content. That's my thinking.
I'm
Hmm.
okay.
But I don't know if I do that for every. I definitely would not do that for everyone. But Minmiss has
Okay,
been
hold
here
up.
for so long that I'd be fine with it.
Well, thanks. Although I don't think that putting World Building Workshop up here would be happening for a while because the community is like barely existing right now. So having everyone, hey, join a new server.
Yeah, that's a big ask, but yeah.
Would
Oh, no,
basically
that might
destroy
revive
the
them.
entire. Yeah, I'm working on that. That would be
Well,
something that would
um,
happen once we have like everyone.
Okay, hold up. Break.
regular look.
Break.
Yeah.
Right now we're on social media. Let's move this like a little bit like in a separate topic.
I didn't mean to get derailed to
Fair.
that. I was more saying that this was an idea I had to give content moderation less so than like full on.
Yeah. Let's
member
talk
of
about the roles and the hierarchy and the powers
Later.
and whatnot like later, yeah. What was I saying about social media? Right. So passwords, email, I can work on that. I just gotta figure out something, but I think we should have a singular email. What do you guys think about like the domain? Should it be Gmail or should it be just the official domain?
Through my
would be
work,
super cool.
through my actual like job, we use the website's domain as an email, and then it just goes through like whatever email platform you're using, like Outlook. Is that possible?
Yeah. I mean, my domain provider provides email hosting, so
Yeah, I would rather do it self. As much as humanly possible. I like self-hosting.
the
Yeah.
issue with self-hosting email is that there's a lot of issues like IP address, reputation,
Oh, okay.
IPv6, that kind of stuff. So you have to go through an established email provider.
Okay, then what do we like? Do we like Gmail? I use Yahoo personally, but
No.
I have Gmail.
Yahoo!
Yeah, I do use Yahoo.
Yahoo!
Me?
You relic.
I just haven't seen email since I was
Damn.
12.
I would be in support of a Gmail. I think.
Yeah.
I guess Gmail
In
is
that
fine.
case, I can. In that case, I can just do that right now.
Well, no, hold on. We haven't
Yeah, hold
agreed
off,
that
hold
we're
off.
even doing this. We don't start doing stuff until we reach consensus.
All right,
I am.
so
Yes.
let's get a count for consensus for
Yep.
making a bunch of social media websites and putting
Okay.
it
social
in
media.
email.
Oh wait, hold on. Another thing too is that I don't know. I'm like split because like I don't know if we should try and limit the amount or if we should just go like full or if we should just like do it as we're moving, like the amount of accounts.
Hold on one moment.
For the amount, I think it's like if for like each account, it would be like if someone is willing to dedicate time to operating that account, then we should have that account. If no one's
Yeah,
willing
okay,
to
that makes sense. That
Well,
makes
that was
sense.
no like
okay.
or anything.
I was about to reply. I had a gob of food in my mouth when Tess started talking.
Uh
So yeah, I had that as an idea. I had that a social media platform would be created so long as someone is like, I'll do it, and then we're like confident that they'll do it. And then another one I had is in step with community growth. Like we start with like one thing, and then if we see returns from this, we make another one.
Mhm.
Because the whole point of this is outreach. If we don't see any returns on this, and we just have a billion social medias, then what's the point?
Makes sense.
So I'd say we would start small. Like we'd start with a Tumblr, and then if the Tumblr works out, we'd make a YouTube. When the YouTube works out, we make a Twitter, and then so on. That's my proposal for it.
That seems like it makes sense to me.
Yeah, the
That's
whole
what
point
this-
is outreach, not just to exist.
Yeah.
And if we don't see any returns from it, well, then we just kind of stop. I mean, it might not be like immediate returns, but at least like a couple people was like, "Oh, I found you through your Tumblr, or I found you through the YouTube." Then it's like, all right, then we know that this works. We'll try it on this avenue. I came through the Facebook, or I came through the TikTok. It's like, all right.
TikTok is definitely going to get us some people if we put it there.
Yeah, I was
If
TikTok
people
was one of the ones I
want-
was thinking of. Yeah.
Yeah, if the people who come through TikTok are the people we want is another question. But that's a problem. But
Well-
that's a future
A
problem.
lot of people use TikTok. I'm
Well,
pretty
right
sure
now
that's-
we want everyone right now. There's no like we're not gating anything at this moment. Now, if they
to
came
have a
in
healthy
demanding,
community, you first need a community.
yes. So if they came in demanding we clean house and all this other stuff, then of course we don't want them. But anyone who comes in with any little thing wanting to share, they're more than welcome.
You come
Yeah,
into
like,
my home
you know,
uninvited and tell me how
people
I should
want-
arrange my
I'm
furniture.
talking like people who end up being jerks that we immediately ban.
So I think we begin with the Tumblr and then
Yeah.
TikTok. I think that would be my timing of it.
Tumblr, TikTok, and then
YouTube.
maybe YouTube.
YouTube if those
Question
Yeah,
work
then
out.
YouTube.
Yeah.
If those work out.
Okay, so that's the thing we're voting on is Tumblr, YouTube, possibly YouTube, TikTok, and then for email, I'm thinking because I solely have control over the domain and I solely control the servers, then I should also solely have access to the email. Question mark.
Would any of us be able to make a social media account if we can't use the email?
I mean, you don't necessarily need the email for like day to day, but then
No, but,
again,
like,
that
you
is a good
need to,
point.
like, most social media is like they send an email to that.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, for like
Yeah.
2FA.
So I think it would be best to just have the people who operate the social medias have access to the email.
I agree.
Okay.
Seconded.
Mm.
Yeah.
Each person just makes their own.
If someone, I don't, I do not agree with that one personally, unless you're asking for the floor to speak at length.
Oh yeah, can I get some floor, please?
Yes, the floor recognizes duo. You may begin.
All right, so there are some social media accounts that allow multiple people to access them. I think. I really think we should look into which kinds of accounts will allow like our individual accounts to then like post through them. You know what I'm saying? Because I think with YouTube that's technically possible, but it's like annoying. And I don't know about Twitter or Tumblr or TikTok. Like, how
Yeah,
do companies do it?
Yeah, with YouTube, you would just sign into that account,
Yeah,
and then
YouTube is
it
just the
becomes
same,
an
yeah.
option to switch between your regular account that you watch stuff on and the Amaranth
Well,
Legacy account. So I
I
don't
tried
think
that with
it's more than
Morbius,
it's just
and
it's
it
pretty
kicked him
great.
out because I made the account in Colorado, and Morbius did not live here. So like, it kind of didn't think it was me logging in. So
Tumblr will
you
just
have to.
send you an email if you're in a different location. I know because I had to go back between Laverne and my house
Yeah.
a few times. So it sends you an email like, "Hey, someone logged in. If this isn't you, tell us." But you can just ignore those.
Although there was a couple times when like I logged in, like the first few times that I logged in, like I log in on YouTube from my phone when I'm at a hotel in Milwaukee or something. It doesn't let me until I go to my email and click, yes, this is in fact me. So there are some accounts that becomes a real trouble if you don't have the email for like security reasons.
Yeah.
So Duo is proposing that everyone make their own email and operate independently of one another.
That
Here, I'm
seems-
looking into it. Give me a second, guys.
Yep.
So Tumblr says group blogs. I don't know about Tumblr though, so you guys can talk about that. Let me look at YouTube and other stuff. Um,
Anyway, Duo, was that your proposal? Did I understand you correctly?
Yeah, the proposal was basically to figure out to give multiple people access to each account because we are worried about the them disappearing because that would be very bad.
Seconded. But I would think names for accounts should be and like emails and passwords for those emails and accounts should be shared amongst the staff and whomever is wanting to take up the burden of running this meeting, the respective social media.
Yeah.
So in case that person decides to not do it anymore, like the translation account there, it doesn't just exist in limbo and we can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
hmm.
Are they sword
Give
leaf?
me a second, guys.
It looks like. Anyway, how are y'all liking the new meeting format?
It's working.
It
I
is
think so
work.
too.
It works. The old one also worked. I don't know. I have no particular opinion.
The problem is the old one. I think we just had horrible timekeeping focus. I think this is working much better.
Yeah, this is way
Yeah,
better.
Way
that's
better.
that was definitely a problem.
Yeah, I enjoy this one too more.
Yep, it works. I like it. Good.
Hmm.
All right.
I think.
Yep.
Or sorry.
Yeah, on the front of the poster, I'm pretty sure it's done.
Very nice. That actually looks really good.
Yes, I
Wait, let
love
me
it.
see. Oh, every social media needs that on there. First
Yeah,
post, pinned post.
yeah. So during the intermission, I will explain my reasoning behind a lot of this.
Um, I think because we are open to more accounts, I think we shouldn't rely on platform specific things like shared accounts.
Yeah. So I think
What do you mean by that, Tess?
Because some things, like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of an example. I don't know, VR chat, they don't allow like shared accounts. Like
Okay.
you can you have one email, you have one user in quotes, even though you can share the password. But so I don't think we should depend on like a platform like YouTube having a brand account or a group account or whatever the terminology may be.
I think individual accounts, shared passwords, and then like shared agreements that like someone's not going to start posting like gore porn on the account. Like just
Yeah,
the
of
worst
course.
Yeah.
case
that would be a
example.
problem.
Yeah, just the worst case example. Like we would never allow, or we never sanction, because of course we can't stop someone, but we never sanction a social media account being created by anyone that is like brand new or hasn't, we don't particularly trust all that much.
You need to be an established community member, and you need to have
Yes.
been with us, and you
Yeah.
need to be willing.
I've been here for 4 full years, so
Yep.
Yeah,
No, I'm more than fine.
you're the definition
So-
of established.
like a new person, like I actually can't think of any specific
Um,
examples.
Another thing I'd be is if there's already something for that social media platform, then no go.
Yeah. Yeah,
Goes
like
without
if
saying, I think, but
Yeah.
things need to be said. Otherwise, someone
like,
might
Shall we
try.
hold a consensus vote then?
I think so as
Yeah,
well. I
no.
think.
be like,
Wait,
we're
are
already
we?
out.
Is this a
What?
consensus, verbal consensus, or vote?
Oh, wait, hold on. Consensus
Level.
on what? Double checking, because I'm like dealing with two stuff right now.
Are we?
Yeah.
Are we okay with the creation of social media accounts for Amaranth Legacy? And if we do so, what would be the structure of them? Would all of staff have to agree to the name and be given the password / email of said social media account?
Yes.
Yes.
I think all staff should
I
have
would
access to the
agree.
account.
Although in practice, but
Like all staff should have access, but not use it unless necessary.
Yes.
yeah, everyone should have access, but like Tumblr would be primarily operated by Smoothie and myself.
Yeah, like don't
Yes.
interfere unless we
And-
need to. Basically.
Yeah.
I also think for efficiency, the email should all of the accounts should be connected to the same email
Yeah, I agree with that.
I agree.
I agree as well.
for like efficiency.
So everything I just
What?
described, show of hands, yay or nay?
Yay.
I am gay.
Yay! Hooray!
Duo.
I don't have a hand button.
How do I put my hand up?
Just say yay. Or
There's
nay.
a
Yay.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then let me figure out something for the email first before we do anything about this.
Alrighty.
Real quick. All
Okay.
right, what's the next topic? Or hold up. Actually, wait. Oop, there
Give me
you go.
one
There we go.
moment to write down that we reach consensus on this, and then I'll move on to the next.
And
And
also,
then-
once that email exists, let me know so I can create the Tumblr.
Yep. And then got to remember about the staff powers and stuff later. I don't know if that's the next one that you were intending or whatever.
That's gonna be a next week docket, I think.
Next
There's
week,
already so
okay.
much.
Yeah.
That and I also have a couple more things that I thought of mid-speech that I'll leave for next week's.
I mean,
but-
though, it is kind of important, like the staff powers. But then again, I don't know if you want to.
We can wait a week on it because right now we're still
Yeah.
in revive.
Yeah, fair.
Okay, so the last thing
I'm
on
just
my
thinking like
docket-
priorities, but yeah.
Yeah, the last thing on my docket should be relatively quick.
Go ahead.
So I think I would like to
The floor
speak on that.
recognizes Smoothie.
Okay, so the last thing on my thing is possibly giving a badge to fandom / site exclusive authors should they occur. So basically, anyone who writes exclusively on our websites, be it fandom or the main site, or should we have a Mira Hayes site in the future? That I was thinking, at least in the Discord, we could have a role for that. Like I forgot what the idea for the name was, but it was something about something like community staple or something like that, or Amaranth native. You know, I think it would be cool to have to have a role like that to distinguish, like, hey, this person writes by and for just mostly us.
That
And
seems like it makes sense.
yeah, so now consensus. I said it was quick.
I like that idea a lot. It's a good way to denote where you could find their stuff. I'm kind of hoping that not many people elect to do this, or if they don't want to do the work, they elect to allow one of the staff to do it for them, because I don't like segmenting work as I'm okay with it existing, but I'd rather it not.
Yeah.
So I
It's
don't
not
know
like
if
a legal problem, but like, hey, if you want, we can put your stuff on the fandom wiki too, so I got parody.
Yeah,
And like, if they say
mirroring.
no, we wouldn't stop them, but I also don't see why they would say no.
Yeah,
Because like,
Yep.
most people who would be writing only on one site would probably be doing so because maybe they don't have time to port
Well-
everything over or something.
actually, well, the thing is, using my girlfriend as an example, she cannot stand fandom, so she would not do it, like at all, like
That's fair.
morally, because fandom is ad ridden, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So
That is correct.
an issue, I see it more being like that rather than someone being fandom exclusive. I think it's more they'd be self-hosted site exclusive and then not wanting their stuff on the fandom. I kind of hope they don't elect that route, but I'm not going to mandate that they
mean,
have to.
the idea was originally for like, if not really like, oh, self-hosted site or fandom site. It was like, if you write exclusively on one of our sites, it doesn't matter which, or both of our sites, it doesn't matter.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, if you're a writer for our sites exclusively, we give you a role for that.
Yes, and not have a mirror. I gotcha.
Not have
Yes,
to
I like
mirror.
that. And then,
That's
yep,
that's what it was. I don't think I communicated.
yes,
correctly.
I fully agree then.
Okay. Consensus vote: yay or nay? Yay.
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 What's going on?
For people who write exclusively on any of our sites, and we don't have to mirror their stuff from another site, we give them a special role in the Discord. Yay or
Sure.
nay?
Minmus, opinion?
On the on
Oh yeah,
on
we
the
should probably
badge
move Stellar back to the audience.
Oh yeah, true.
on the badge thing, I think that seems like a good idea. I don't
Right.
I don't see why not. That's probably going to be my answer to a lot of these. I must confess.
Pauline, if you have anything to say, you can raise your hand, and I'll put you in the thing, and you could just stay up there. It's fine. All right. Want to make sure that you know that. Yep. So consensus reached. Alrighty. You write that one
Hooray.
down too.
Okay.
Shall create a special role / badge. Oops.
What
Or
are you typing?
just in a notepad document.
Ah,
Authors, i.e., notes like here.
okay.
Okay.
Hmm.
So that's first, second, and third, I believe, all done. Let me check again. Yeah, we had the old wiki stuff, social media. I believe so. All right, so I'll just kind of pick at random. Oh wait, no, that's right. We haven't done third yet, which was Stellars. It was a review of the FAQ and scope page. I put new editors guides, so I thought I'd have it done by now, but I don't. So FAQ
Okay.
and scope. we're gonna take a little review of it. So let me.
If I can end the stream now, if you want to stream.
I would be glad if someone with better internet does, because if I stream this for too high, my voice gets really robot-y.
Okay, so I will just
Thank
stream
you.
it,
I
then let me close all of my other tabs.
greatly appreciate it. And
Okay.
when
Is this
so
on the main site of the fandom, by the way?
it's on the fandom. I believe
It's
it's
on
on.
the fandom?
I believe it's also on the main site, but I don't think it's updated day and date yet because I've just been focusing on the fandom side of things. I will make sure that it's updated when it is done.
Alrighty. So the FAQ page is in where is
Amaranth
that?
Legacy. It should
Oh,
go to
okay.
information. It should be on the
Here we
drop
are.
down menu of information as well. Okay, so I have the floor for this one because it was one I put in. It's just very simple. What do we think of what the FAQ says right now? I mean, there's missing sections right now, and there will be more added. But as of right now, is it clear and concise enough to new visitors?
Let me take a look.
Yeah, I'll also put the link in the chat for
Yep.
anyone who wants to read at
Thanks.
their own pace.
And if there's anything you want me to expound upon, just say, and I will.
Hey.
Again, there are
Alright,
missing
so-
sections. I think it's been a bit since I looked at it, but
So are
I'm
you gonna
been
just read
busy.
this out then?
Yeah, let me go ahead and read it out. Just give me one moment.
Okay, time to read. Woohoo.
You want to read along with me? Of course.
I have
okay.
no choice.
And general
Alrighty.
information. Will this wiki change again?
Yeah. Alrighty. So, welcome to the Amaranth Congregation, our fandom and mirror site to the Amaranth Legacy Wiki. For nearly 10 years now, this site has served as the inspiration and hub of many world builders and storytellers. As such, has changed faces and functions many times. If you're a new visitor, we welcome you with open arms and hope you enjoy your stay here and hope you wish to join our community and engage with it any way you wish. If you are a returning visitor, we welcome you back to our site and hope you enjoy seeing our great decade-long legacy in full display. Now, if you are confused as to the purpose of this fandom as to what the purpose of this fandom is, excuse me, we hope that this FAQ, frequently asked questions, page will be an all-encompassing go-to guide for the respected reader, so that they may get a better grasp as to what we're about and what we're here for, and how they can join. Right, general information. What is the Amaranth Legacy Wiki? The Amaranth Legacy Wiki is a community of world builders and storytellers, all brought together through the love of creativity and writing. Each of our community members brings a unique creative perspective and contribution to our sites, and we are eternally grateful for all of them, past and present. We are immensely friendly to one another, and many of us have become good personal friends through this community, though this does not mean we are an in-group. As long as someone has the desire to join our community, then they are welcomed as an equal member, wishing to make personal friends with the other members or not. If you're looking to make friends to this community, many of us are happy to meet you too. What is this wiki about? This wiki, I'm sorry, I'm on the right section. What is this wiki about? This wiki is about creative storytelling in all forms. While the focus of most of our community is in respect to creating fully fictional worlds and universes through world building, the conceptualization of fictional worlds/settings, this isn't a hard requirement, and derivative works of fan fiction involving pre-established IPs are indeed allowed here, albeit with appropriate cautions applied. Amaranth Legacy is a community built upon the fundamental principle of total creative freedom, allowing any prospective author to create the stories they want to tell, uninhibited by any pre-established rules or guidelines. As such, in respect to this principle, authors and editors are free to create or collab in any way they wish. How does this wiki work? Across the Amaranth Legacy Wiki, you will find many pages, many of which seem to not connect to one another. This is by design, as the wiki is no longer telling a singular shared continuity. Instead, prospective authors are now free to write nearly anything and everything to their heart's content. However, there are a few limits. See the new editor's guide article listed here for possible limitations. There aren't many. What is the wiki canon? As this wiki... Oh, go ahead.
It might flow better to replace the exclamation mark in "This is by design" with a comma. This is
Good
by
idea.
design, as the wiki is no longer telling a singular shared continuity.
Good idea.
Because
I'll
as it
fix
stands
that
now,
now.
it's kind of
Yep,
just.
no, you're right. Let
Yeah.
me... Well, that's why I'm reading this out. So we're...
However, there are a few limits. See the new editor's guide article that doesn't exist.
Doesn't exist. I know, it will.
L.
I'll write it all out and then we'll decide on what we'd want to add to it. Okay, so just edited that really fast. Where was I? Ah, yes. What is the wiki canon? Where I was. As this wiki is host to numerous different canons, it's important to note that we aren't about any specific storyline. Instead, this wiki is about the wider sharing of ideas and enjoying the stories told therein. If you come to this site for one specific scope or genre slash styling hosted here, know that you're equally as welcome and appreciated as any who comes here to view everything. How all these different canons or universes are compartmentalized is with each distinct continuity that arises within the Amaranth Legacy Wiki, it is given a unique scope, our community's conceptualizing of the idea of an author's canon. As such, the rules, characters, places, events, and so on of the scope are unique to itself and thus only apply within said scope. Do any scopes connect? Yes, some scopes can and do connect with one another to varying degrees. Prime example being the scopes of Imaginarium's creation, Cosmoria, and Galviria, with all three collectively referred to as the Amaranth succession. The levels of which two or more scopes connect with one another is left solely up to the respective authors. As well, certain names and concepts might be shared between two different scopes, but they are never wholly alike whenever they appear. If you want to use a name already used in a scope, please ask the author if it's okay to do so. If they are no longer active, we'll allow it. For more information about scopes, what they are, how they work, and what they represent, please read the scope article detailing them at length listed here. So how this wiki works is just to be a fun place for both prospective authors and respected readers to enjoy each other's company, input, engagement, and to share ideas in a welcoming and open community. What informed the change from a shared canon to multiple? As the years went on, many of our community members began writing projects that weren't able to fit the current mold that the wiki had adopted at that respective time, with it happening more and more and our members still wishing to continue to share said works within the same ecosystem that brought us together in the first place. The idea of allowing this to be an open and inclusive space to writing of all forms, I'm changing my own writing here, was voted upon and unanimously agreed, which is true. I don't believe there was any dissent. As well, it was partly informed due to a want to keep old, no longer actively developed content canon in their original intention, to better respect our legacy as a community. We now believe with this decision, readers can now enjoy this old content without feelings that which they are reading isn't worth continuing to do. I'm sorry. This is worded a bit weird. I'll have to fix that. Old content without feelings that which they are reading isn't worth continuing to, due to being decanonized, and may also inspire future or former community members to continue those scopes in their original spirit. Site information. What happened to the Amaranth Legacy Fandom Wiki? In April 15th, 2023, following community votes, the site and community changed its name for the 100th Millennium Wiki to the Amaranth Legacy Wiki, as we had focused on a setting split into three different scopes with the amorphous concept of Amaranth established by the continuity of Imaginarium's creation as the connective tissue of the three. However, following the creation of the self-hosted site, a majority of our community had decided to take their content there exclusively, leaving this fandom wiki in a stagnant state. Over time, some members believed that this wasn't the right thing to do, and it eventually became a vault of sorts, renaming it to the Amaranth Legacy Vault Wiki. These three continuities, Imaginarium's creation, Cosmoria, and Galviria, are all three still in active development and collectively are referred to as the Amaranth succession, though each are a unique scope in their own right. Please stay tuned from all three for active developments. What happened to the Amaranth Legacy Vault Wiki? On September 26, 2023, several months following the creation of our self-hosted site, this fandom had felt it lost much of its purpose. Instead of leaving it in a state of limbo of sorts, we as a community believed that it was ultimately wrong to leave this fandom site to remain stagnant. Basically repeating myself. But in case someone wanted to find that specific section, that's why it repeats itself. Thus, we decided to
repeating yourself in an FAQ is kind of good practice. So
yes, exactly. Thus, we decided to transform this fandom into a vault of sorts, showing off the large swath of content that has been housed here over the years, turning this site into the Amaranth Legacy Vault Wiki. All content restored and a part of the Amaranth Legacy Vault is still fully available and will continue to be indefinitely. I realized I didn't finish this section. I didn't explain why we changed it. I will do so. I must have forgot to finish that last part. Like, why is this wiki called Amaranth Congregation? I can't speak right now. Sorry about that. That is also a section I will finish. What does Amaranth mean in the site's context, and why is the site called Amaranth Legacy? Amaranth, as you probably can guess, doesn't refer to the color or the wheat in our community. Instead, Amaranth became a ubiquitous facet of our community, having spawned from being an inherent facet of Ambrosia, a setting that consists of half of Imaginarium's creation scope, currently being rebooted. Over time, it had become a word inherent to the wiki, and eventually one for the very act of writing itself, becoming our conceptualization of the concept/action. As such, the name Amaranth Legacy felt extremely appropriate to our community, as it felt that everything which occurred before and that which will occur after all was our collective legacy, and Amaranth was the idea and title we had all had a hand in shaping. I see this other site called amaranthlegacy.community.com. Is this related to the site? In May 6, 2023, our community was lucky enough to get ourselves a self-hosted site, soon following our name change to the Amaranth Legacy Wiki. With it, our remaining community members had elected to move the majority of their content there, as it felt it gave us more autonomy as a project. While this is true in some respects, that's a misspelling, we now believe the self-hosted site and the fandom site only serve to benefit and complement one another. As such, while we encourage the fandom user base to come check out our self-hosted site, this fandom will, to the best of our abilities, remain updated alongside it. Our original messaging to leave the fandom and go there instead felt too demanding for some community members, and now, following this new direction, was ultimately rejected, and both are equal facets of our community. The self-hosted site can be found here. Do I need to put my content on both this fandom wiki and the self-hosted site? Absolutely not. You do not have to put your content on both yourself, meaning if you're happy/okay with it, one of our staff, Lordscorn7, Duo Distillionaire, or Cosmic Smoothie, will gladly transfer it over to either or, and will check weekly for updates so that one stays in tune with the other. However, if you adamantly wish your content to remain on this fandom wiki alone, then we shall respect this, and your content will only be found here. We do strongly recommend, however, allowing them on both sites, as it presents your content two different chances of being discovered. We will caution that any fandom exclusive content, should they occur, will have a category standing as much.
Can also help with the parody thing.
Yep. Yeah, I figured. It's just that I picked staff, but it doesn't have to be us. It could be anyone who's willing to do it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take a sip of my drink real fast. Yeah, I know that's an empty question. I'm working on it. Why is this wiki called Amaranth Congregation? I don't know. Deal. Anyhow.
It's not.
I thought this was
It's
Space
'cause
Engine
it sounds
Wiki.
sick.
Yes, it does. I thought this was Space Engine Wiki / 200th Millennium Wiki. What happened to those? Is this Space Engine Wiki? This wiki began on May 28th, 2015 as the Space Engine Wiki, SE Wiki, and had used that as a connective tissue of the site, requiring members to write about planets and galaxies found within the program and provide the RS code, a randomly generated code so that other players/members could find said planet within the article. However, as the community grew, we gradually drifted further and further away from Space Engine until the point where users were using programs other than Space Engine for article images. I remember this was actually a really big debate because I think it was Minmus was using Celestia, and people were like,
I tried to use actually announced in one of the old wiki meetings that I'm just going to make a Celestia planet and write about it, and I think it was Mittens or something that was like, no, it has to be Space Engine.
yeah, it has to be Space
And I was
Engine.
like, okay.
I also had that opinion.
Writing Florethel, and then I started writing Florethel, and actually no. And when I started writing Florethel, I had to get Trolley to get me a Space Engine picture of Dwindley 1.
Oh, sorry.
So as such, we believed since we no longer held Space Engine as a prerequisite, it wouldn't be right to continue naming ourselves such, and it felt operating under a false pretense. So we had chosen to move away from Space Engine as the backbone and name ourselves 100th Millennium Wiki after the then shared timeline's current year. All articles originally a part of the Space Engine Wiki are now and will continue to be fully viewable, all canon to the Borealis universe scope, meaning all their stories still exist as they were originally intended. As well, Space Engine is still used by many of our users as an imaging tool for articles, and we still allow and encourage this practice. You can find Space Engine here, spaceengine.org. If you stumbled across the site and are still looking for an SE dedicated wiki, please view the new, in asterisk, Space Engine Wiki here. Or if you're looking for a fictitious wiki using Space Engine as the backbone, check out the Space Engine database wiki here. Is this 200th Millennium Wiki? While we never actually called the whole site the 200th Millennium Wiki, it had been the banner image of the SE Wiki for the latter years of its run. As such, the 200th Millennium Wiki is indeed also part of our history, Beginning around June 5th, 2019, after a timeline extension of the present year of the then shared canon to 200,000 CE, following a push by the majority of our members towards immensely powerful, mind-bogglingly large meganations, each with territory
That was the
consisting
devil's
of
first action.
billions upon billions of galaxies. However, over time, the user base of the SC Wiki had grown dissatisfied with the large scale of the Wiki's then current unified scope, and thus had begun to downsize. After the timeline reduction back to the current year of 100,000 CE, the Wiki's 200th Millennium banner would be changed in accordance. All articles originally part of the Space Engine Wiki, 200th Millennium, are now and will continue to be fully viewable, all canon to the Universe 6E scope, meaning all their stories still exist as they were originally intended. Is this 100th Millennium Wiki? In November 10th, 2020, following our community decision to move away from Space Engine as the connective tissue, we had made the choice to rename this site to the 100th Millennium Wiki. This has, thus far, been the longest running name and state of the wiki post Space Engine. I'll probably remove that part. Kind of irrelevant. As well, along with moving away from Space Engine, our community began to feel our site would be better served as being set in a fully fictional shared universe. As such, we had begun deleting all references to real-world objects and places and began with our new shared canon and later be named the local universe. All articles originally part of the 100th Millennium Wiki are now and will continue to be fully viewable, all canon to the local universe scope, meaning all their stories still exist as they were originally intended. Why did this wiki change so much? As the years went on and members' tastes changed, along with those who were still active members, our community naturally gravitated towards different canon/writing styles, starting off as an SE-based sci-fi canon to a soft, fully fictional sci-fi to a full-on fantasy. Our community's wishes for the sites actively evolved and changed. As such, a large part in forming this revival was to accommodate any and all changing opinions as to what stories should be told, and all can exist and can coexist peacefully with one another. Will this wiki change again? While it's impossible to tell the future, our most dedicated community members who have been here through years sincerely doubt it will. We have done our best to give our community a now consistent system to accommodate all ideas of any shape or form.
Of course, that's what we thought the last 3 times.
That's why I said it's impossible to know the future, but
Yeah, I know. It is
if we-
funny that you said that
if we-
exact same thing. the
if we
last
change
3 times.
if we change again, I quit. To be honest with you, I don't think I could do this again.
Yeah.
So
I also really don't see why, because
I don't see why.
We
either.
have no what could possibly make us change this again?
Yeah.
Removing scopes?
Yeah, no, I can't see it
Like-
happening.
Unless a new devil arises, like unless like the Antichrist himself.
It's gonna be me. I'm sorry. Scopes are a stupid idea. Return to Cosmore. Actually, imagine
Return to
Darian Wiki.
Cosmoria.
Everyone else had a stupid satellite galaxy somewhere.
The
Oh
Voyager
God,
Galaxy
please.
returns.
Oh, I love the Voyager Galaxy. That was a cool idea.
Finally.
Alrighty.
Actually, you know
A
what?
moving galaxy
I
is
could probably put
deranged.
that- I could probably put a concept like that in Cosmora. That would be pretty cool.
A
Yeah, it would
moving
be.
like group of stars, that would be deranged. Love it.
So, are we okay with that? Is there anything that, out of all of that, that's bad?
Stellar, hi.
Stellar wants
Oh.
the floor. We will recognize Stellar.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. Was anything said on the what was it? The Amaranth Legacy community.com?
Was something said on the Amaranth?
Yeah, because this there's no .com. That's the only thing.
Oh, is it just
Oh,
oh,
it's
okay.
.community.com. I see.
I could fix that.
Yeah.
Let me do that really fast.
Good
Sorry,
eye.
well, this was before we I think I wrote this before we decided the URL, so I wasn't sure if .community was like a. Hold on,
It's
there
real.
we go.
It exists. That's why I have it.
Well, I
And
fixed
also,
it.
a really minor thing. There's a thing about the RS code. There's a
Well,
colon that I don't think needs to be there.
Oh, okay.
That's really minor. Really minor typographical thing. Because
Firstly,
this.
seems-
See, I nitpick because broadly
Okay,
it's really
so-
good.
I'm not.
Stellar, your
I'm
question was
confused
about
by what you mean.
Hang on a
So
minute.
what Stellar is talking about is I thought this was the Space Engine Wiki 200th Millennium, 100th Millennium Wiki. What happened to those? So these are subheaders, and Stellar is basically just saying like, hey, uh, let's maybe reformat this into the history of the wiki in eras.
Well, the
That-
thing is, I had separated them via subheaders so that someone could be like, I remember this being called 100th Millennium. Why isn't it called that anymore? And then they'll click there, and then they'll take them there immediately as to
Yeah,
why.
for the readability of it, I do think that because FAQs aren't usually read in full. Usually people go there if they have like one question.
Yeah, so that's why I have them
Makes sense.
separated.
Yeah, very
Honestly.
few people read FAQs in full, so I think it's fine as it is.
That's what I'm
I'll probably
saying.
I'll probably make the page look better because it is kind of flat, but I think I'll leave them as subheaders so you could like I remember this place being Space Engine. I remember this place being 100 Millennium. I remember 200 Millennium. You could just click that and be like, oh, okay, that's why they're not called that anymore. Yeah, me too. I read FAQs all the way through, but not everyone does
I
it.
do too.
I think it's pretty
Sometimes I
rare.
do.
It just depends if I'm really interested in the topic.
Okay.
And
Uh,
then was
what
the
other
scope article.
Yeah, the scope article. Let me go to the scope.
Yeah, I originally had a conceptualization of it in the
See,
same page, but I'm gonna make another page for that if I'm gonna do it at all.
look at this weird scrolling thing. I don't know why it does this.
What is it? Weird. Also, how do we feel about Amaranth Legacy name of important articles? I think that's good.
Yeah, that absolutely a good idea. Okay.
Those are the things we really want you to read. Alrighty. Preamble. As the concept of scopes is an inherent facet of the Amaranth Legacy community, it's important to make sure that what exactly is being described means is clear and concise as possible to the respected reader. However, as we all are indeed writers, we like to conceptualize just about every facet of our created worlds. Thus, this article is split in two, one containing the clearest and most comprehensive explanation this writer can muster, the other being a more meta conceptualization of it. We'd recommend all readers and authors take a look at everything contained within this page. For those who want a more in-depth rationalization and conceptualization of the concept of scope, please find it here. Remember to do so only after reading this page. And then everything contained herein is equally applicable to our self-hosted site, which can be found here. Which is it. Comprehensive breakdown. What is a scope? Scopes are the word we used here at Amaranth Legacy to denote different canons made by authors. Each scope is a collective lore involving a singular universe, each with its own unique settings, concepts, and themes. The exact size and scale of a scope depends on the author whim, or on author whim, with some as large as infinite multiverse, and others being made of a single planet and anything above or below these in size. The concept of scopes allows both author autonomy and reader comprehension by distinguishing each scope through a template that signals its unique context. While the depth of content within a scope depends on the author's dedication, we encourage readers to explore diverse scopes without bias solely based on the number of pages. Because that's a worry, I think. Like, if a scope's being just made, it's going to have like 2 pages, while like local has like 800. So I
Yeah,
really don't
Comic
want
Guy
like
is
people.
about 3 right now, like
So
4
I don't want
pages.
people to just go
Could
like,
there be a
well,
way to if an author disappears and and someone really likes their scope, should there be a way to add that?
yes, yes, that'll be in the author. Yeah, I'm gonna. So there's reader
An author
information.
information page. Good
Yes,
idea.
exactly. It'll be
Thank
on
you.
this page.
I need to make some
And new
pages
editor
like
guide.
that for the workshop.
New editor's guide as well. We'll have that. Um,
One moment. I will be right back.
all right. I will put the pause button for a moment. Gives me a chance to take a sip of my drink. Make my mouth dry.
Making my mouth dry.
Table of contents. That's like a story. Actually. Oh, like Yeah, I'm not trying to fix that. I don't know if I can. I think it's just fandom being lame. The header table of contents. I genuinely do not like how fandom does that, but I don't know how to fix that. Where it's like where it individually counts each different header. Maybe there's a way to fix that. I'll have to look. I mean, we have freaking JavaScript editing now. I should really look into what that offers the fandom. I only did a small thing. I added tooltips and the ability to see if users are online or not. Those are the two things I've done with JavaScript editing thus far.
Looking through all these like shared email things, and they're all like either customer service or but locked behind per user pricing. That's really expensive.
Mm. And just know we reached consensus on the FAQ being good. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Yes.
don't know. I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry.
Okay.
That's fine. That's fine. It was a lot.
Okay. You ready to go back again with the scope article?
I'm waiting for minutes to return.
Okay. Well, where should I post the finished glyph poster then?
I just put it in original art and then put it in Studio and DQ.
That's true.
Oh, true. That's good propaganda. We should take over
I literally
DQ.
called it glyphed propaganda.ung.
Nice.
Yes.
Very nice.
We're gonna pin it.
Yes.
So we should come
Yeah.
back with 50 when we have 50 active members, and then. Oh, never mind. I was gonna say absorb alloy, but that's a dumb idea. Never mind.
No.
Why would we don't
Come back
want
more
want
that.
alloy.
powerful.
Yeah, we don't want them.
But they're part of the cycle.
No.
They're
The
part of
cycle was
cycle.
never real. The cycle wasn't real.
No, wait. Alloy's logo doesn't have like a glowing circle around it. They haven't awakened their devil fruits yet.
No. Okay, this is off topic. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it is off topic.
Yeah.
Question.
No, in the Shipping Center.
Yeah, I'll post it in studio. You sure you don't want it? Actually, no, studio. I'll put it in studio.
Yeah, Studio's a better place, I think.
The glorious crown. The glyphed super react, which is going to prompt people to look into our server by clicking it. How cheeky.
Yeah.
Man. It's been a while since I've just like browsed and browsed and browsed just to find like a product or something that works for my use case. I forgot how much it fries my brain.
Oh, it's terrible. It's terrible.
Oh yeah. I'll make it a sticker. Good idea, Stoic.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, let me make it a sticker real fast.
I don't want a CRM. I don't care. I just need something that like people. What I want.
I'll make it.
is
I'll
I
make it a
want
damn shirt. I'll wear
I'm
it. I will wear
I'm
this.
unpinning Haven Dominance from the original artwork channel. We do not support chauvinism here.
Yeah, good.
Nope.
So what I want is just I want separate logins for people so we don't have to share a thing. If we can, it's not a requirement, and then just one email that comes in. Because like if we have separate users, then there won't be the issue of we're logging in from different locations. But then business pricing comes in, and then it's going to be like $24 a month, and that's like ridiculous.
Oh God, no. Is there really no way to do it for free?
It's like I could like one of the ideas I've had is like forwarding. So like having the email come in, forward it to everyone that's like on the staff. Just like provide me your emails, and then it will just forward it to them.
When I get my freaking my debit card, I'll freaking boost the server enough to give us more freaking stickers. We only have 5. I only give you 5 options. Sucks.
Guys, I think I might be Tess.
Might be what?
I might be Tess. This is true.
You might be.
Might be.
Okay, I'll give Stellar another couple minutes, and then I'll move on.
Minmus.
How much is
said,
left on the agenda?
I'm sorry, not Stellar, Minmus.
Oh, how much is left on the agenda? Yeah, that would be good
Yeah.
because if it's like halfway, we can do our intermission now.
There's a lot. We could just do an intermission now if we're wanting to.
Yeah, intermission now. Let Minmus do.
Oh,
whatever,
yes,
and then-
absolutely. I'm so hungry.
2 full
right.
hours.
Yep. All right.
The recording. Yeah, it's been 2 hours. Yep, that's about right.
Go ahead and stop the recording, and then we'll pick it up again when we start.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. See
Shit.
ya.
Slash stop.
I
Fuck,
might not be
slash
able
stop.
to attend the second half, but
Ready when someone is trying to speak. Alrighty. Intermission now over. Forgot to do the announcement in the text, but you know what? It's fine. Not the end of the problem. Actually, go ahead and put that file in staff chats.
I mean, shouldn't it be public to everyone just so that there's
It
like
sh-
accountability?
It should be public to everyone per review, because I don't know what all we said. Off the top, trying to remember.
Why does
So-
it edit its message every single second? That seems
I
excessive.
wanna make sure.
Amaranth tyranny.
Yeah, Rent Tyranny, here we go. Alrighty. Did we
Minmus
decide what we
had
wanted to
to-
talk about next?
Yeah, Minmus had to go for a while.
Yeah, that's okay.
That's why we
Yeah.
record.
Yep, I want to move on. Was I going to continue reading off the scope for
Yes.
per Stellar's request? Okay, I can keep going then.
Okay.
Podcast.
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude.
Let me start the Amaranth cast. Is it streaming?
Alrighty.
Okay.
I believe
What's
I was
next on
on
the docket?
me finishing this the
Oh,
review of the
great.
scopes.
Mhm.
Oh, right.
So how do scopes? Also, what do we think of this format? I think it looks nice. I literally stole it from Duo's profile. I was like, that looks nice. Yoink.
Fine, fair enough.
Except I added the divider lines like that. You don't have to read this right now per se if you have important stuff to tackle. Do we want to keep going then, or move on?
I mean, we've already been here for like 2 hours. I say we move on.
Yeah. It didn't take me that long to read it. Alrighty.
Yeah, but it's important to get
Okay.
the other stuff first.
I will pick Duo. Your last bit on the docket. I am deciding that you will speak on if you do not mind. And it is the creation of new master templates that will be named the same on the main site and the fandom to avoid confusion and unneeded double
boy.
work. The floor recognizes
Okay.
Duo.
Yep. Template. Okay. When it comes to info boxes, right? The main issue is that there are a lot of them. Now, the fandom and main site both have the exact same info boxes. The export got all of them. But I guess the issue is in the future, it'll be slightly more annoying if someone makes their own info box and then we port it to the main site and then it doesn't work, or vice versa. So I suppose the most obvious solution, right, is to just have a certain number of info boxes, and that if somebody wants to make one, they have to request it. I don't know how we can enforce this. I don't know if we can take that permission away on fandom or anything. But that's hard. No, sorry, no, sorry, that's not what's hard. Sorry, I was having. What's, I guess, when it comes to then making new templates, master templates. We've tried 3 or 4 times to make master templates, right? Well, this time it'll be different. We'll delete all the old ones, except how do I put it? It's a lot of work. We'd have to do it manually, essentially. I don't think there's a really nice way to automate it. If we wanted to delete all the templates and
Oh, no,
replace
you can
them with
nuke.
a new.
Oh,
Oh,
hold
what?
on, let Duo finish.
Oh no, that's basically the thought. Is just I was just talking about how if we want to combine all of like the character templates into one, it would have to be it seems like a heavily manual process unless there's some. Well, I guess maybe not quite so heavily manual. You could but you'd have to look at all the templates manually and compile them. You know.
Okay. Yeah, you done?
Yes, that's
Already,
basically just the current thoughts.
council take. Boom.
I say even if it's like it's a really lengthy or difficult process, I think it's absolutely worth it. Once it's done, it's much easier to maintain than doing it in the first place.
I
And
second that.
yeah, for long-term things, I do believe long-term things should be thought of in the long term, not it's going to be so hard to do. Like, well, will it be easier to keep it up, or will it be more difficult after we've done it?
Mm-hmm.
True.
Yeah, I second it. I think that info box creation should be honestly limited, and someone might go like, "Oh well, what like that's a weird thing to kind of try to force because if you go to like maybe something on an info box doesn't have the right information." I think the problem comes in the fact that there is an account. Let's see. Oh, just off the top, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 different star system templates. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different planet info boxes. There's like 4 different character info boxes, and it just gets real confusing. Like which one has which information, and it gets confusing on my end. And I made some of these, so
True.
having something that's just this is the planet info box, this is the scope info box, this is the character info box, and it just having as much tiny, minute information as humanly possible in the sections, I think is a good thing. I don't really want info box articles, but I'm not going to mandate that people cannot create info box articles. So as
For
much and as detailed information in the info box as possible, I am okay with.
And another thing, it doesn't have to be like that manual of a process. If we like manually, okay. So if we're gonna use mass edit, we'd have to make a master info box that has all of the fields in it, so that if you replace all the instances of an info box that we want to delete, it'll fill in no problem. Um, but the main issue is that there's going to be repeats of like fields. Like there's going to be one that says like children and then or like find a different way to say the exact same information, right? That's not an example, but you know what I'm saying. Like for character info boxes, for example,
Yeah.
it's going to take a lot of review, no matter what. So even if we try to do mass edit, is all I'm saying.
Yep. But I'm okay with it, to be honest. I think it's worth it. I'm not really dreading having to do a lot of work. I'm doing this categorization system I'll show off here soon, and this has already been a lot of work. I'm only on like 31 of 3,000 some odd, and blah 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 blah. But I think it's worth it for the clarity and just ease of use, especially when it comes to me personally, because I don't really like anytime I hop on and like I'm gonna edit and it's like 50 different info boxes. I'm like, which one did I use again? Oh, it's character with 3 exclamation points. That's right. Not the 2 or not the 1. The only problem is I remember fandom in specific not letting you freaking edit info boxes after they were made. That's why there were like more that had
That's
to
what
be
caused
made.
it. Yeah.
Yeah. That's so dumb.
Well, in
But
that case, may I recommend we compile the information of every
yes.
single info box, like all different information from info boxes, and make that on the main site, and then port those ones back to the fandom?
Yeah, I agreed.
Okay.
And then we'll see have this big like discussion about was there anything in this mist? Is there anything about this that you think you can add? But like for instance, like Psi and Alf level does not make any sense to anyone who isn't
We're
Cosmoria.
we're so done with that. Yeah, let's get rid of that.
Yeah, I think I'd get rid of that as well. Besides, you can add your own fields to an info box. So anything like that would probably just be added by the author. Yeah, they really didn't amount to much. Tried to do power levels, it didn't quite work out. Yes, you want the floor? Yep. Alrighty, the floor recognizes Stellar. Hop on. Support the addition of master info boxes for certain things. I've changed my mind since I've made ones according to my personal taste on my mirror site. We should absolutely have every property in the world, the ambrosial world comes to mind. Yep, I thought of that one too. However, if someone feels as if a place of information, how would they go about adding it to the info box? That's a good question.
I would recommend for the main site at least, we can actually change info boxes. So I would recommend honestly contacting staff and saying, "Hey, I wish this thing was on the info box," and we can just add it to the info box itself. So that
Yeah.
instead of making splinter versions of it, we just add more information as time goes on. So
And then
we get every conceivable thing, and when someone conceives of something else, great, everyone else has that field forever.
and then we could just delete the old version on the fandom and replace it with the one that's updated.
Which I don't know how arduous of a process that is, but
Whoa, yeah, but that might break the. So we're just gonna try to shoot for the moon, to be honest,
do
for
our
the
best.
fandom one, and yeah, we're gonna think of everything we can think of. Okay, so there's another thing I'd like to say. So we'll give him a moment. Excuse me. But just for a show of hands, we're all good with master info boxes even being a thing, yes?
Master
Yes.
for like
Yeah.
specific, like for what? Like specific scope, specific things.
Things.
So like master info box for let's say worlds or not worlds.
Yes.
Master info, yeah, like scope info box and what else? Scope info box, planet info box, whatever, blah blah blah.
Yep.
For
Okay, yeah,
world info box,
and then
instead of having like
yeah,
parent star or parent planet for like, so we don't
and
have
then
to
if
name our
you
planet info box,
Parent
yeah,
we
body.
can just say parent.
if you
Yeah,
really
parent.
want, I can lock the template namespace probably. That might be too extreme.
Polyon, Al, Sword. Any opinions?
Yeah.
If y'all haven't zoned out.
Or if that's not possible, I'm not entirely sure that that's possible. Then we can just lock the individual info boxes. But I don't know.
Polyon's good with it.
Okay.
Al, I'm specifically going to ask you because I know you made a couple info boxes unique. So on the fandom. So I'm curious your opinion on it. If you're still with us. Hello. I will try adding Al. See, he's still with us. Oh, there he is. Alrighty. That's okay. Want to make sure. Did you hear what I said? Okay, so what we're talking about is the creation of master info boxes because a big problem the fandom has, less so the main site, but the fandom has is a billion different info boxes for the same thing. And most of us are okay with it, but I remember you made a couple, so I want to make sure that I want to see what your opinion on. Yep. I'm curious what your opinion is. If we just add all the information fields that you would want into it, like keep yours, use them a lot. Okay. Well, I have to think on it. Well, I'd have to think if this violates any of my ideas here. Or no, it's not my ideas, it's Duo's, but I'm in agreement with Duo. to majority decides it. Well, it is your work. I don't want you operating dissatisfied is the thing. But I'm currently operating dissatisfied because I forget which info box is for what. Like there's Ambrosia World, which I've used, and that's fairly concrete, but there's like character with 3 exclamation points. And I think that's the one I used before. And it scopes might need specific info boxes. That's another idea too, that we might have scope, whatever it is, and then but would that get too I guess well if it's labeled correctly, I don't think it would be an issue. But would it be an issue if someone needs something like more general? Would we have to make like general info boxes on top of that? And would that just make this too complicated? Who comes tomorrow? Yeah, that was a point of conversation. Stellar had brought that up. And the hope is we can edit info boxes on the main site. We can just add whatever. Fandom doesn't let you do that. So the thinking is we're gonna shoot for the moon for the fandom version. And if there's enough additions to to a master info box that are made later on, we'd have to make a new info box or we'd have to replace the master info boxes on the fandom with the currently decided on master info boxes on the main site. If that makes sense. But we're just gonna try to like think of every possible. We're gonna combine all the information of the info boxes currently standing into one if we do this, and then have a big brainstorm of anything else we could possibly think of before posting. You can edit info boxes on fandom. Can you now? Because I remember for a long time it did not let you. If that's the case, then that's not an issue, and we can just continue our thinking with master info boxes and just edit said info box until there's new information. Speakers, good with this?
Yeah,
What I'm
that sounds
saying?
good.
Yeah.
I am still very
Deviltry.
preoccupied
Yeah, me too.
with email.
It's okay. Just want to make sure everyone's hearing me. I'm not just talking to myself.
All right. Stellar, get out!
Yeah, that'd be great. The more content we can put on site, the better. Because I am very much pro putting things on this site. I'm okay with people being in the Discord and like having offsite show and tells, but I would much prefer that they add it to the site. So I'd be actually a lot more prone to read said content because I'm so busy with the main site and the fandom that I don't really have time to go off of the ecosystem and read stuff elsewhere. It'd be such a pain in the ass when you make a mistake you can't edit. Yeah, it was. Fandom, I remember for a long time, Fandom would not let you do it. If you tried, it would just break the info box. Even if you tried source editing, I remember it would just say, nope, sorry, and then break what you were doing. Maybe they fixed that finally. It took them years. And again, yeah, Fandom used to have a lot of stuff that was a lot better. Like, this is a bit of a tangent, but like, images. You have to like name the image file in the image field and then hope that you got the name right. I remember back when it gave you like in the info box section in visual editor, it'd give you like a list of images and it'd be like, this is the image that I wanted. And then boom, it would show up. Instead, now you gotta like remember the freaking name, copy paste it into the image field. I don't know why they changed that. Anyway, that was a big tangent.
Yeah, fandom sucks.
Our fandom's great. But so are we gonna move on to consensus then?
Yeah,
Unless anyone else has anything to say? Alrighty, I'll take that as a no. Consensus. Yay or nay to master info boxes?
Yay!
Yay.
Sure.
That's 4. Duo?
Yeah, like one. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. It's my proposal. It's my proposal.
I know,
Go
but
first, Billy.
maybe you
Go
you can change your mind mid proposal. But go with majority. Okay.
True, but I didn't in this case.
Polyon, Sword, you are both in the audience. If you are indeed still listening, yay or nay to this proposal? Sword, yay or nay? I mean, you're outvoted anyways if it's nay, but I just want to make sure that we're all cool with this. Because if there's enough contention, and by enough, I mean like 2, then we'll put it to like an actual vote. Sword,
Yep.
you there?
I think Sword's dead.
The artist formerly known as Grammar P, are you there?
Grammar B. Oh, it wasn't Grammar, but it was Grammar P.
Yeah, it probably is Grammar, but I always said it like Grammar P.
Oh, okay. Grammar P is actually a much better username by like an order of magnitude.
Damn. Okay.
Whoa!
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm so used to
sorry.
I'm used to Grammar P over Sword of Seven.
No, at this point, I'm used to Sword.
Oh, Sword has something to say. All right, the floor recognizes Sword. Please say your piece.
I just came back. What were you saying about me?
Yay or nay to master info boxes?
Yes. In the future, if you're gonna step out, it would be nice if you would say so in the text.
Oh, sorry, I forgot.
That's all right. So, are
So
you
for
okay with the
info
creation of?
The creation of what? Master info
Master-
box?
Master info boxes.
Yes.
Yes, I think it's a good idea.
Awesome.
All right. Good.
Unanimous.
All right. See ya later.
Okay. Okay. Now then, let me write this down.
Oh yeah. Just random thing about the email. I think the way that I'm gonna do the email is I'm gonna have it so that it's gonna be like a real mess. But basically, it's an email is gonna be received. It's gonna fire off a webhook to somewhere, and then basically the email will land in a Discord channel. I don't know if that's a good idea or not.
What does that accomplish? Like, wait, I'm sorry. Could you?
For the social media accounts, remember we need an email.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so basically, I'm thinking having the email just like be in like a communal like Discord channel. I don't know if that's
amongst
a good
the
idea.
staff. Yes.
Yeah,
We
but
could have it
that'll
in, like,
be that'll be the only way to get email if I implement it this way.
Mm, uh,
Sorry. So you said putting the email in like a somewhere for everybody to see it.
Yeah, but that's gonna so basically like
Okay.
you're gonna get an email and then it's gonna go to a Discord channel, but that Discord channel will be the only way to look at emails.
Okay. So I have in my role revision proposal for next week a specific role for like a social media manager. So you could have it be accessible to them if
Yeah.
we end
Yep.
up doing that.
Yeah,
That's what I'm thinking.
Just leave it for next week. I think.
Okay.
Okay.
That's next week thing.
So then wait, hold on.
Well-
What are we leaving? The implementation or like or everything?
The implementation, because we decided we will do social medias, but we hadn't decided the exact structure. The structure of that will be for next week because it's a complicated enough issue that I think leaving a couple days to mull over it would be a good idea.
Okay,
And
I'll leave
then Smoothie with their idea for roles for social media manager, and also Tess's idea for
Email
Exact-
receivable.
Well, exact powers of roles in the server.
Oh, powers. Yeah.
So all that will be for next week. We'll write it all down so we'll remember it. Excuse me. In fact, actually, I'll do a much better job in the future writing down the agenda order of things. The whole point of these threads was supposed to decide order, but we didn't quite do that super well. But that's all right. We're this is the first go. We're stepping in unfamiliar waters, but thus far, I think it's been a really big success. I think we're getting stuff done very fast. Alrighty.
Great success.
So that was Duo's last proposal. I think I'll move on to my lovely ladies' proposals because they're actually pretty major. So I'm going to start with review on community language, specifically in regards to pushing of the main site and the official usage of Wiki as a part of our title. So Jen, my girlfriend, has been apprehensive on joining the site, and she mentioned a big reason is because of the wording of Wiki. We are indeed a Wiki majority of the case. Like almost every article on the site is written in a wiki format. However, wiki formats come with a little bit of baggage, that being the assumption that anyone can edit your work. And while that might be true by default via MediaWiki, is that a message we would want to send, that anything you post can be just kind of written over by someone else? I do not think so. I don't think that's a great messaging. And is that messaging itself inherent to the idea of this being a wiki? Or is that just my girlfriend's idea of what a wiki is? So that's more or less, it's not necessarily a proposal, except I'm more in favor of, excuse me, moving away from wiki in official wording. If someone refers to the site as a wiki personally in the Discord server, or even one of us, that's fine. Like, because it's been that way for so long.
Just in
That's
like
more than fine.
publications or like wording of like
Yes.
major things.
Exactly, like on like the site banner or FAQ, because the FAQ says wiki a lot. I could change that, of course. The FAQ
Yep.
or the scope article, anything of official capacity should not have the word wiki. I do agree with her on that. So I will open the floor up to council take now.
Okay, who wants to go first?
I'll go first. I think
Okay.
I've talked with Ink a lot, and I think honestly, yeah, the wiki. It's hard for me to conceptualize it now because I'm so deep into the community and I'm very biased towards it. But when I go onto other places, other wikis, there is like a lot of. I do see a lot of edit warring. I do see a lot of people having their works not respected. I do generally think when I joined, I'm recalling my feelings from that time, and I do think there was a little bit of that. Hey, my first edits here were, editing over Cabank articles. So I came in with the expectation, oh yeah, someone's probably going to edit over mine at some point. And I do think that is a wiki term thing. I don't think it is just Ink herself. So moving away from that language, at least in official context, would be a good move, in my opinion. Also, because we're not just a wiki. That is like our primary place of congregation, but we are a whole community. We share things beyond just writing articles. You know?
Yeah, I agree fully. I agree with her, and I agree with you. Duo, any opinions?
I understand the concerns. That's it. I understand the concerns.
You agree with them?
I understand them. I do not agree with them. I do think. Hold on, how do I put this? If it looks like a wiki, acts like a wiki, and talks like a wiki, I guess I don't know. The analogy is
The
only
system is what it does.
the system. Yeah, exactly. That's so much better. It is a wiki. That's what it is, and we can have rules. We can have practices where we go, oh, respect each other's work, no edit wars, right? Like we see every edit, no edit wars, right? Um, don't touch somebody's article. We have scope rules, and so I won't fight it if I'm outvoted, but if I can convince people, I would much rather
So you'd
Yeah,
much
keep the
rather
name
we
wiki.
yeah,
keep
I think
referring to us as a wiki.
yeah, I think something that might be more useful than just, hey, let's stop calling it a wiki. Something that might be more useful and potentially more actionable is we emphasize wholeheartedly, front and back, that one of our core values is author autonomy and
True.
respect of people's work, so that people
Um,
don't, like, when we're advertising. Uh, I don't have quite the right words for it, but when we're advertising to other people or reaching out, we say, "Hey, we are a community with a wiki that values people's work as their own property."
well, see,
Absolutely.
well, her point, and the point I agree with her on, is the word wiki in of itself creates the assumption. Less so that, I mean, I know we're cautioning stuff, but just like they'll hyperfixate on the word wiki. It's like Dua said, if it walks like a duck, like et cetera, et cetera. Like it does act like a wiki. That is true. But if it doesn't say community, or sorry, if it doesn't say wiki, instead just says community, and most of the things operate under a wiki styling, they won't have that immediate assumption that, oh, everything must work like this because it's in the name. It just so happens that the majority of the content acts like this. That's the thinking.
True.
And anyone who is like uncomfortable with that may be apprehensive of joining or may not join at all. And if they don't know how to write for a wiki styling and or do not like that writing styling, they will they will probably not want to engage. And we want to have as many people engaging as possible. So anything that has someone say, I don't want to engage is a bad thing for me. Of course, we can't please
True.
everyone. It's possible
No
to
one would
please
be
everyone.
repulsed by community, but we do
Yeah,
have at least one person who is repulsed by wiki. So by that calculus,
I'm not.
community is more detrimental. And
Yeah,
not community, sorry, wiki is more detrimental.
I'm not repulsed by wiki. I will
Not
probably refer
repulsed,
to this
but
place.
concerned. Concerned.
Yes, I'm more concerned than anything because I love. I'm so used to calling this wiki, and I'm gonna call it wiki probably till I'm dead because I've been doing it for the past 8 years. But the excuse me, I I understand where she's coming from, and I don't like the fact that she can have this thought at all.
Fair,
That's
fair.
that's my thinking on it.
Extremely fair.
1980 scored. I
1980
mean, if
score
I'm
is such a good name.
I'm the standout here. If this is put to community and I'm outvoted, I won't complain. I'll say okay. We are the wiki from here till doomsday in all official wording. But I think it's not a big deal to just use community, and then in conversation and in the server we can say wiki 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 until the apocalypse.
Yeah, we're just
True, true.
tricking them into joining, after all.
Yeah, yeah. It's just a dupe. No, I'm just kidding. It's not a dupe. It's just we're allowing them. Well, we're showing that we're not just a wiki. We don't have to just be a wiki. We happen to be just a wiki right now, but that can change at any moment. I
Yeah,
might
it
even
is
change it
opening up
myself.
future avenues.
Yes, yeah, not that I'm duping people. More that you're allowed to do this. If you like a wiki styling, write on the wiki styling. Like, I love wiki styling. If you don't want to do that, go ahead. Oh, sword asks for the floor. So the floor will now recognize sword.
All right. First, I'd like to say this is the discussion we should have had before we switched the domain name to amaranthlegacy.community
This is
for the
what
main
prompted
site.
that discussion, actually.
I think we should have had this discussion before doing it, though.
That's fair.
Yeah.
All right. So, first of all, let's see, like, what does the Amaranth Legacy seem to most resemble that has popular appeal? I would say the SCP Wiki. And the SCP Wiki, it has wiki in its URL, but not in its branding. However, the thing is, it might just be so well known that the wiki branding doesn't really change anything. And there's also not much reason for people to edit articles after they're made because, well, it's not a shared universe, really. However, I do think that wiki only implies that articles are edited collaboratively and that anyone can contribute in some way. And different communities can have different rules for collaboration. So I just think that Wikipedia, it may be very open, but we aren't a Wikipedia. We aren't an encyclopedia of anything. So the rules for engagement and collaboration it's a different social contract. Also, it's like $5
Very
a
true.
year cheap. It's also like $5 a year cheaper for the wiki domain compared to the community domain.
Well, on the
We've
community
already
domain thing,
switched over though.
yeah, that's been done and dusted, and I
Yeah,
think I
that's
just
that's
prefer
locked
it.
in. It cannot be changed, and plus I
Yeah, we
need to
can't.
maintain both.
And
I need to maintain both of the domains at the same time because otherwise that domain's gone, and then someone can like steal it and whatever. So I have to maintain that.
Right.
and I'm going to bring
Uh,
up something that's a core element of rhetoric here.
All right, hold on. The floor
Feelings
recommends.
don't care about your facts.
Oh,
Um,
okay, never mind.
people people will generally uh not like you can explain to Kingdom Come like, oh hey, we love author autonomy and author authority over their own work, but we're not even going to be able to start that conversation with them if they are subconsciously turned away by the word wiki. They're not going to want to sit at the table for us to explain.
Seconded. I agree with that
Oh,
wholeheartedly.
well, I
True,
think that wiki implies more openness than community does. Because a community, if you think about it, is more like bound by like norms and stuff and relations.
I
Whereas
really
a
agree at all.
wiki,
Oh, let him finish.
Okay.
a wiki means that it's open for anyone to join, but community means that it's more like something you have to enter a rite of passage to get into. I don't think we want to suggest that.
Let Smoothie go, but I have a point as well.
Yeah. Uh, I mean, I'm taking a class on community service right now, so the definition of community has come up a lot. And this is actually indicative of like a large scale problem of thinking, which is why are people considering communities to be closed off click like things? That's kind of antithetical to building communities. But I think the very fact that we are advertising ourselves and saying come join our community is it's going to overrule the fact that wikis are a little bit more open to people who want to just dust on in and leave after an article or two. It's going to overshadow it a little bit in my opinion. Okay, Scorn, you can go.
Excuse me. All right. So my point is that when I hear the word wiki, I think wiki is a encyclopedia because Wikipedia is a free encyclopedia of any given topic. Wikipedia is just a broad version of this. But like a fandom wiki is very hyper specific. Every fandom wiki, like Wikipedia or Halopedia or Bionicle.fandom, has that as its focus. It doesn't ever split from that. Amaranth Legacy, of course, is broad form because it's made up of scopes. But no one really knows that when they first go in. They have to, obviously like look into it. Just on a cursory glance, like Amaranth Legacy wiki would make it seem like whatever Amaranth Legacy is, this is the explanation as to like everything involving it. While as community is more just like this is a name of a group, and what does that group entail? Well, I need to figure out, so I'll go on the site, and then it's like, oh, it entails creative writing. That's my thinking on the a wiki being open. I don't really agree that a wiki is open to add on to it, but as long as it's in respect to the subject matter. Since we don't have any subject matter, wiki seems inaccurate.
That's a fair point.
Yeah.
True.
I'd just like to interject for a moment. What are your No. But I agree with you that wiki does entail that. That's a
This one
Yeah.
is a bit major community wording. Not so much that, like I said, no one has to stop using wiki when mentioning the site. It's just in official branding.
yes.
And I don't really think we need to put the word wiki there. We use Media Wiki as a format, but Media Wiki you could write any which way you want. It's just a writing program, more or less. A very useful writing program, I may add. Every other writing program never really works out for me, but I I think that's fine. But there could be people here, members of the community, who think that being a wiki is like central to their wanting to remain here. I don't know Min Miss's opinion on it. Should she is not here. Um, and or Apollyon's because he just left. So this one I might hold off on reaching consensus and put it just to an old vote because there's enough because it's a major and see the thing is I don't really think it's a major because all we're doing is just Xing it from branding, but branding is how you show yourself
Branding
to the
is
world.
everything.
Yes. And so if there are people who believe that this is a wiki, this is what we are, this is what we will always be. If we smite that from the branding and they might feel slighted. So I want to just make sure that this is close to a majority as I can possibly get it before we do it. But it's good that we brought that the discussion has even begun. So I think for now we'll hit pause button and we won't reach consensus on it, but I will ask for a yay and nay just so I have a general idea of what we're standing on as of right now. So yay or nay, slashing wiki from official branding, but still allowing its use by individuals. And if anyone has anything further to say on it, ask for the floor and I will give it before we stop.
All right. I'd like the floor for a little.
You are recognized.
So what I've just thought of is that if you think about the SCP wiki, it's not called a wiki, it's called the SCP Foundation because, well, that's its in-universe name. Same with its sister site, the Wanderer's Library. But still, the important thing is that that offers branding since they're not just called the SCP community, and I think community is pretty generic. And I think we might be able to find something, some word that can give us like an identity beyond just community, like some word for creative writing
Okay.
or
I see what you
science
mean.
fantasy, or world building, something like that that can give us like an identity beyond just we're all together. But I think we have an identity of creative writing and stuff, and that we
That
could use that in branding, and it would give more immediate recognition of what the site is
I want to speak
about.
after this.
that is actually a fantastic point, Sword. I'll have to think on that a lot, but that is an amazing point. I'm very glad you brought it up. So the floor recognizes Tess.
I see your point, but I don't necessarily agree with it because like community both in and of itself is sure it might be too generic, but like because of that genericism, it's also very free form. And I feel like what Scorn, I'm gonna ask you, what is this place for?
It's for, as far as I know, as this revive, I'm wanting to move this place towards just creative writing, open to all, as a community of just like-minded people, as in writing stories of any make, to share and enjoy them and enjoy each other's company. It
I
just in an
request.
open space, free form nature. And the floor recognizes Smithy.
Okay, in addition to writing, have we not also said that we're in support of people coming here to just be readers or communicate
Yes.
with us? If that's
Yes.
the case, then we aren't like a writers guild or anything more specific. We are really a community, or dare I say a fandom, for our own works.
True. That's a
So
good point as
I
well.
don't think we can get more specific than community, because we're not just here for the writers or for the artists. We're here for everybody who wants to interact with the bodies of work that we write here and the people who create them.
Yeah.
If
I'd
that's
like
not
to
a
speak.
community, then I don't know what is.
The floor recognizes board.
I think that we should be able to find a term that accurately reflects the literary nature of the community without excluding people that just want to read or just want to write or something along that lines. Perhaps something like Amaranth Inscription. Because think about it, inscription is both the process of writing something down, but it's also a noun for the written word that would be simply observed.
I'll speak after this.
Amaranth Library could work.
I would caution, if we change the legacy part of the name, that would be a big change because that would Smoothie just now just made something saying I want you for Amaranth Legacy, so we'd have to change that, and we'd have to change all the URLs and et cetera, et cetera. Now, if we changed it from Amaranth Legacy Wiki to Amaranth Legacy Library, then I'd be okay with that, or Amaranth Legacy Community to Amaranth Legacy Library.
Oh my god.
I'd be fine with that. I like community. I don't know if you heard my brother yell I like community, but that's his opinion.
Yeah, I heard it. Yeah.
So there's another person.
You, O father of six.
Smoothie says, "Thank you, O father of six." He gave you a rock on symbol.
Awesome.
Can I?
Yeah, go ahead. The floor recognizes test.
I mean, Smoothie, I think is correct, and I don't think there's any more specific or any more different word that you could use, because, like, you try and make it like inscription, library, like there's going to be different connotations with each word, and I think community is open-ended enough and gives a good enough description that I don't think we should change it from community.
Duo, you've been silent for a while. Do you have an opinion on this?
I have been silent. Renaming from Amaranth Legacy Community to something else has the inherent flaw of, I guess, ruining our streak. Like Amaranth Library, like my opinion is that I am strongly opposed to Amaranth Library.
As am I.
I'm just picking on Amaranth Library as an example. I would be opposed to anything that changes Amaranth Legacy. Those two words,
Yes.
we cannot do that again. We should
Yes.
not.
I fully agree. We will not change Amaranth Legacy. It could be like Amaranth Legacy, whatever, but Amaranth Legacy needs to
Yeah.
stay because I don't want to change that at all. Because the problem is we have made this pledge to stop doing that, to stop just changing on whim like that. Now, changing the wiki bit, I don't think is that major. Some people might disagree, but because all we're doing, all I'm trying to argue. And if we do it, all we would be doing is just excluding that word from branding. That's it. If someone wants to call this a wiki interpersonally, I can't stop them, and I never would. And I never say stop using that word.
Hold up. Shit, I already forgot what I was saying. My bad, sorry.
See, that's what.
What's that doing?
So that's where I agree.
Yeah. All right, let's see.
It already popped out of my head. I already forgot what I was gonna say.
Oh, okay. It was an error
Oh, you're
on
right.
the word's part. My bad.
It's like, and I don't know if other people read it the same way, is that I read it as Amaranth Legacy parentheses community, or like as a like descriptor, not necessarily a major part. So I agree with you that like we can change that last part.
Yeah, we could change the community part if we wanted. I don't think we should because I've had
I same here.
a lot of agreement that community is good. I do agree with Sword a little bit that I think community as a word does have a bit of a connotation to being like closed off. But I mean, if you're not a part of the community, it is closed off to you because you haven't joined. And like Smoothie said, all of our branding and all of our wording in advertising and all this other jazz is come join the community. So I think the impression that we're closed off, just from the name itself, is overruled, because if your first viewing of the word is us saying come join, then that means that fear of community being closed off is now irrelevant. However, the wiki part I still think is relevant, because the wiki part is less so being closed off of things and more the styling that we are asking you to write in if you are going to be a writer. And
And the
the
inherent nature of writing on a
Yes.
platform.
and the fact that you'll have to accept that certain things that wikis come, baggage in
Yes.
quotes. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but yeah.
And I think there's like a distinction to be made with those different connotations, because like wiki, the definition is something that has like those collaborative editing and like that kind of like, what is it, like kind of like Wikipedia, that's kind of like people use wiki in that sense, Wikipedia, like that's
Yes.
why you get on Google Apple Wiki instead of Apple Wikipedia, because people think of it as a wiki. And community, while it may have that feeling of like closed offness, it's not necessarily in its definition, I would say, question mark.
Yeah, community is actually, I think, the opposite of being closed off. It's, like, let's look at the actual definition of community.
A group sharing common characteristics,
That's it.
or
Like,
a resident, or a collective, that kind of stuff. Common,
Yeah.
or not commonness. Blah.
it's like, hey, what we're advertising is really, hey, come join our group, see if you share our characteristics. You know, it's a lot.
Oh, would you all accept my brother's word on it? He
Sure.
just sent
What
me a
does your brother think?
The floor is open to Mark or whatever his name is. I don't know.
All right, so the floor is open to my brother, and he said he would like to chime in, and then said that most things, such as influencers and Discord channels, refer to themselves as communities. He sees where it comes off as sounding slightly segregated, but overall, it sends the message to join a larger and more interested group for people who like to engage more, rather than wiki, which comes with
I
all
agree.
the baggage. Yep. I agree as well.
Right.
And like, this isn't like a hypothetical, because wiki has already like made someone feel uneasy. So
Yeah, it made my girlfriend uneasy. Like, I was like, join, and she's like, I don't know. So it's like, well, the fact that someone immediately goes, I
Yeah.
don't know,
so this
that
isn't
poses
like
a problem.
Yeah, this isn't like a thing that's like, oh, we're just like, this is just like world words, like, oh no, this is
And
this, yeah, it's like it's actually like causing problems.
And I just told her what we're talking about, and then she's telling me that she still believes that wiki should be dropped from official wording.
Do I have the floor for a sec?
Yes, you can have the floor sword. You are right.
In terms of branding, I think that for the direct "come join us" message, community works great. But I do think that having more mystified, or like, because from a sense, a lot of creative writing things have a sort of some semi in-universe way of referring to themselves, and just a lot of fiction in general, actually. So I think that if we had something like that for more mystified branding, it could add a bit more intrigue, and that we could still use community and branding, even as the main thing. But like, we might be able to use
I wanna
Amaranth
speak after
Legacy
this.
Inscription, Amaranth Inscriptions, Amaranth Legacy Library, stuff like that. We could use in branding still, and it wouldn't have the same anyone can edit my stuff as wiki. But it could add mystique that could draw more people to the wiki.
Not more people, but a more
Well,
specific audience, which is not what we're trying to go for right now. And
yeah,
I'm gonna need an example of a use case where Amaranth Legacy Inscription would be favorable over Amaranth Legacy Community. Uh, like for something like that proposal, if you're narrowing our target audience, I'm going to need a use case where that is more reliable than just saying community and explaining it a little bit.
And in addition, like you say in universe like things, but like this is not a singular universe, and there needs to be at least some sort of consistency in
That's a
branding.
good point.
That is true.
Mm.
I'm gonna ask
yeah.
her one more time if she wants to. She's asking me about it. She's like, "Who's in favor?" Et cetera, et cetera. So I'm like, "If you have
She
any
can just
words
hop
and are
in and just
available,
yap,
please come
or
and
not
say."
yap about it, but like talk about it.
Yeah, I can invite you as just a guest speaker for the moment, and then you can skedaddle. Oh, I'm not sure if she's around. But there's another point on this agenda that isn't just that. That's the most major. But the other one being the pushing of the main site. How much do we want to do that? Oh, wait, hold on. One moment. My brother gave me one more little bit. So I'm going to say his last words on it. Join the wiki.
His
Great.
last words before he dies.
Yeah, before I kill him. He says, join the wiki. In quotes. And then the person says, great. What the fuck do I do with a wiki? Join the community. Sure, sounds like a good way to chill. He put in parentheses, not saying wiki is bad or stupid, but from the outside looking in, it's like that. And
Yeah,
I
that's fair.
agree, and that's my girlfriend's point of view as well. So that's
Yeah,
two people
'cause,
I know
like-
personally who
That
have had this thought.
That's
Yeah,
true. It is
because,
a lot
like-
easier to commit to being part of a community than committing to being part of a wiki. There's
Yes,
Yeah,
I think so.
low
and
barrier of
wiki
entry.
is joining a wiki doesn't sound correct to me, because like it just sounds like you're saying like I'm trying to think of another example. Like what could we use? I'm trying to think. Sorry.
Right.
I don't know, but like join a wiki doesn't sound like it makes sense to me. Well, join a community makes sense, perfect sense to like anyone with like English. It's like join a wiki. A wiki is like a website. How do you join a website? Like I don't know. I don't know if I'm just like yapping or if I'm making sense.
No, you're making sense. I understand what you mean completely. At least I think I do.
Your idea of what
Yeah.
joining a wiki is, whereas joining
Yeah,
a
what does-
community is a very easy visual.
Yeah, joining a wiki, what like my brother said, what does that entail? Does it entail just editing things or writing things for it?
Yeah,
Well, I'll
like-
have to look at what it says. A community is just like, I'm curious what this is. Like, what's Amaranth Legacy? And then you
Like-
go there and you're like, oh, writing. I like to write or I like to read. I'm gonna join.
Like saying like join Wikipedia. Like what does that mean? Like do you write on it? Do you create an account? Do you read? What do you do?
Yeah. Wikipedia
Bro.
doesn't really have like initiatives to have people join. They kind of just let people join.
They
if
just have
want.
donation stuff.
Yeah, they just have donations to keep the lights on. Which I believe Wikipedia is a nonprofit. But anywho, I might be wrong about that, but I think so.
Yeah, it is Wikimedia Foundation.
Yeah. But I'll give you one moment. My brain is kind of swelling at the moment. Oh yeah. Just forgot it. It's a salient point. My brain is not wanting to work. Something about wiki being a word to use.
Wiki.
Yeah, the wiki. Oh, that was it. Thank you. You saying wiki reminded me that there are 1,000 fandoms out there that are called whatever wiki. If of course the fandom website will still say .wiki because we can't get rid of that. Oh, hi, Miss. I will explain what we were talking about in just a moment, but let me finish my point. So if we are the URL for the fandom site will remain .wiki because we can't change that.
Or .fandom.com, but yeah.
Yeah, .fandom.com/wiki, whatever. But on the actual pages itself, if we just go by community, that'll probably stand out amongst the grain because I don't see that very often on the fandom side of things. On the self-hosted side of things, it could be whatever we want. Anywho, let me do a rundown for Minmiss who just rejoined. So while you were gone, we had tackled the creation of a special role/badge for exclusive authors who are not site mirroring, and this was unanimously agreed upon. The other one that we did was to create master info boxes. That has been more or less unanimously agreed upon. We're going to begin combining all the information from every info box that both sites have had in their respective categories. So, for instance, there will be a master info box for planets that can be used in any scope. There'll be a master info box for characters that can be used in any scope, et cetera, because it comes into a problem, especially the fandom has, where there are like 1,000 info boxes for the same thing, and it gets really confusing. Yeah. So this has been agreed upon. We will combine all the information into one and have a brainstorm to try to think of anything we could possibly think of to make sure that we get as much information as possible. And if there needs
And
to
the
be
info
another,
boxes will be staff lock? Question mark.
I would assume so. If there's a field that needs to be added for a new author, tell us and we will add it. I think that's what we'll say. And now we're on to the idea that my girlfriend had about how we should move away from official language referring to Amaranth Legacy as a wiki, not official language. Let me state that in very bold, excuse me, verbal text. Excuse me. So like any wording on the main page or any advertising or any banner image wouldn't say Amaranth Legacy Wiki. It would just say Amaranth Legacy Community or just Amaranth Legacy full stop. Because her thought process, she wants to write for Amaranth, but the problem is when she hears the word wiki, she immediately assumes that her work is free for anyone to edit at any time. And while that might be true, that's how Media Wiki works. The fact that we can stop that, of course, but the fact that it says wiki is the immediate assumption that comes to her mind. And the fact that she has that assumption is a negative, in my opinion. Interpersonally, people can use wiki until doomsday. I'm fine with that because I'll probably still call it wiki for a long time because, well, I've been calling it that nonstop for 8 years. It's kind of hard to stop now. But when it comes to official wording and official branding, I don't think it'd be that big of a deal to cut wiki off. Sword had a bit of contention, saying that community is a little too closed off of a term, and also too vague, too closed off, and also not interesting enough. And there are those of us who are still in favor of community. I'm one of them. My brother chimed in, and he's one of them as well. So that's basically what we're just talking about right now is should we move away from using wiki as an official title in official capacity, or is that intrinsic to our DNA, and would smiting that be like a betrayal to anyone or anything that we stand for?
And if you want to talk, you can just press the raise.
Yep. And if you have something to say on this matter, raise your hand and we will recognize you. I know it's a lot to digest, so I'll give you a moment.
And then after this is what? The promotion of the main site?
Yeah, this was part of the same. All right, so the floor recognizes Min Miss. As soon as she hops on, I invited to speak. Should be able to pop on in.
It makes sense that you have to invite to speak and then they have to accept it because you don't want people just randomly hot micing.
Yeah. So whenever you're ready, go ahead and join and we will recognize you and you will have the floor and you will speak uninterrupted until your point is made. Oh, my girlfriend actually does have some words to say too, but I will let Min Miss speak first.
Oh, is she joining or is she just sending it?
She cannot join at the moment. She is physically unable to.
Fair.
I thought she made it back. So, but she has some words.
And Stellar's typing too, so I don't know if Stellar wants to say it.
Oh, that's a good point.
It's just typing. Or it's not just typing, it's very late.
Oh. I think for calling it wiki or not, I think that keeping it under that name would offer less confusion to people who have heard of it, who've heard of it in the past. but also changing it to community would also be different. Would also be arguably more true to what it is. So I'm not really sure what to do here because there's pros and cons.
I'll say
I
something.
think right now I'm leaning more towards the labeling it as community. I think.
I mean, for the like renaming and then people are gonna not find it. I mean, I
That's a good.
that's a good
Shit.
point, but
No,
That
that's a
is
damn good point on her part.
I
I'll have to
think
pull that up.
if we put it on like what is it, the FAQ page? Like, why is this the Amaranth Legacy wiki? Then we can just clarify that, and that'll hopefully show up in search results. And if that doesn't, we'll just put it on the main page probably.
I mean,
All right, so, go ahead,
this
Snoopy.
is really a question about do we want to prioritize the accessibility of people who've been here in the past, or the not really intended,
Accessibility of
first
people who are in
impressions
the
of
future.
people we want to get in the future. And I mean, this is really a question of our method of outreach, because official language includes like advertising towards people, but I don't think it refers to talking about the community on the like articles themselves. No, because if people are returning from the past, they're probably going to be looking at our websites first. Whereas with our outreach, we're going to be actively posting on social media and on other Discord servers. And I believe that kind of outreach is what the official language is referring to, unless I'm wrong.
That would make sense.
Okay, I'm gonna wait for her to, because she gave me a lot of good points, but I want her to lay it all out like in one word, one thing, so I can do it in the format of the meeting.
Could I add something pretty quick while she's adding it all?
Yep, go ahead.
All right, Minmis, I don't think that Scorn summarized this for you. Another thing is that we might not necessarily need. I think that we don't need a wiki or community as the only two branding options, and that we might want to branch out and maybe use terminology that could be more mystical or something that has more connotation and color.
I actually
more flowery
fundamentally
language.
agree with that argument. I think using more esoteric language narrows the amount of people that will take interest in our community, and I don't want to do that at all, actually.
Yeah, I would argue that like we can keep the esoteric language in like in like the articles instead of having like that would make more sense because
but that's like out of scope, I think, right?
I know zero people who would join something whose main branding was called a congregation, unless that was like a Catholic church or something.
Yeah.
So I don't think that using esoteric language in the title is a very good idea.
Well, that's why we leave it Amaranth Legacy Fandom. It says congregation on the banner, but we could change that too. That is something that can be changed.
If I think that we should keep the idea of that that kind of language, like the different ideas for potentially later social media outreach, just if we're just trying a different approach. So we should definitely keep that in our back pockets. But for now, we should we should note that down, I think.
Mm-hmm. So you're saying start simple, and then we can go into the more flowery stuff if we think we need to draw in more. We need more evocation, as Stellar said.
Yeah, I agree. We should start it simple. But I actually also do see the value in the wiki for explaining to older people, to reach out to older people.
Well, the thing is, reach out to older people. I have a lot of counters to that. First one being,
okay,
where the hell are they? There's Al, and I'm very grateful for that. And there's also Trilogy and Arc, but like, has us continuing with I mean, of course, you could argue the reason why where the hell are they is an issue is because we strayed and we stopped doing stuff. That's true. But I older people already have a vested interest in the Amaranth Legacy as a whole. Because if they're a return visitor, that means they've already, seen everything, or seen everything that they wanted, and are coming back for seconds. If they're coming back for seconds, they should be interested enough in the subject matter to realize why it's drastically changed. So, oh, I'm getting a bit of background feedback from you, Edmund Miss. If you can mute for just a moment.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Where was I? Oh yes. So if they're coming back for a second visit, they already have a vested interest enough to figure out why this changed so much. And if they just can't accept the logic and think we betrayed them somehow, then I guess that sucks because we need to grow. We don't need to just stay the same size and stagnant. And I think this will help. There's two people in my personal life who are feel like they're being brick walled with wiki in the word. In fact, actually, my brother in specific has been brick walled for the word wiki long before this revival. He used to be brick walled from it when I told him we were putting 6 and 7 on the wiki. He was just like, "That's pretty cool." The only problem is I don't really like the idea, or I don't really not so much he doesn't like the idea. It's just more like the feeling that the word wiki gave him a bad taste in his mouth.
Really? So
Yeah,
I have two
exactly.
examples, but they're both from Scorn. So
As he had yelled in the background, what the fuck does he do with a wiki? Because he doesn't really know how to approach it. Because a wiki is, by definition, a blanket, just kind of explaining of what something is, and said thing can be edited and updated by anyone who joins it. It's just an explanation of a specific subject matter, rather than like a story or like a book being written out, which is what. Not that we're pushing, we don't have to do that, but the fact we are pushing the fact that people can do that if they want. That's more the point. And yeah, so I believe with older members, one, it hasn't really gotten us very far, and two, if they're old members, they have enough interest in the subject matter to look into it and figure out why it changed. And three, it's my main point that it might be the people who our old members were already convinced to join with the wiki wording, so I don't really think it matters if we change the wording at this point because they already got convinced to join as is. I don't really think, unless I don't think it's that major of a word. Excuse me. That a slight wordage change shouldn't push people away. So it shouldn't. It would be a strange thing for them to throw a fit over it. Old members, like returning members. But I don't know. I can't read people's hearts. But that's my thought process on counter to duos.
Even with that, I do believe the priority of putting newer members, new prospective members, should be a higher priority than
Yes.
I was actually going to mention that.
because
Yes,
there
I agree.
Absolutely.
so many,
I would-
many people out there.
I
that
would
could
agree
be-
with that. Since, like, the old members number like 20 or so, the potential new members is the entire population
Infinite.
of Earth.
Yeah.
So
Is infinite.
I'd like to
So-
say,
Floor Knight Sword.
I'd just like to say that I concede on the point of the using wiki in official branding. I now agree that we shouldn't. I agree that we should start out using community, but I think that we might want to branch out to more expressive language later on in
In the
our
future,
campaigning.
yeah.
Okay.
So now I
that's,
think
out of
I've
scope,
come
so
to
future.
I think I've come to it'll be easy to I think I agree with the people here now.
This is a point that my girlfriend has just made that is actually pretty salient, and I haven't really thought of till just now. On official branding, well, first she continued with her idea that Wiki has associations with certain things, fandom being included. Parentheses, a lot of people dislike fandom, her included, or encyclopedias centered around specific pre-existing things. But she argues that we strike community off of our wording as well
Oh,
in terms of official wording. Not so much we don't have to remove it from the URL or anything like that, but anything of official capacity
Okay.
and change it to just Amaranth Legacy, full stop, because it sounds more distinctive. And community should be a subtitle instead of part of the title. She uses deletion quality as an example. She says that
Mm,
deletion quality having community at the end of it sounds a bit funny, and it would be like if rollout was part of Transformers title, like just kind of a. It should be more of a
okay,
subtitle
I
rather
see.
than a part of
Yeah.
the official title. She's
Okay,
also she's outlining it further, so when
okay,
she is done
that's
typing,
kind of what I've
I will.
already been doing. I've just been saying, hey, I've been calling us Amaranth Legacy, but when
And
people ask what we are, I've been saying we're a community.
community, yes,
That's
we are.
more of what I was referring to with how that's more of like what I've been thinking of for the use case of community over wiki. It's not like, oh, we're the Amaranth Legacy community. That's like saying we're the Transformers rollout, you know?
Yeah,
But we're Amaranth Legacy. Oh, what's that? And
it's
being able to
community.
respond, we're a community of writers rather than we are a wiki, is that's what I think we should mean by official branding.
She's outlining the point a little more saliently, so give her just a moment to do that. But I get what she means because these were kind of distorted. I asked her to write it all out, like in a proposal fashion. But I get what
What
she means.
Smoothie says kind of changes my thinking a bit.
Well,
Could I have the
yeah,
floor
like,
for a sec?
yep, floor granted.
All right. So basically, since Smoothie said that they are thinking of it in terms of Amaranth Legacy, the main branding, and then the community wiki, whatever is the response to what is that. I don't think we need to make it a single word if it's in that case. However, if we do want it to be usable as a subtitle, we might need to keep it as short as community.
Yeah.
But if we are explaining what it is and not just using it as a subtitle, we might want to be more descriptive and say a speculative fiction community or
Or
a
a
Creative writing.
literary community. Oh, no, that doesn't sound right.
Creative writing
Yeah,
community
writing.
is usually how I refer to it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
creative
sorry.
writing
Yeah,
community.
so since we're being more expansive, I think that kind of
community
changes things.
of
And
speculative fiction writers, perhaps.
So I think I agree with her that we should just strike the word community and make it a subtitle. So instead of Amaranth Legacy Community all caps, it would be Amaranth Legacy lowercase community. Because Amaranth Legacy would be the primary title.
Yeah, like the yeah, like yeah. Sorry, that makes sense. Just Amaranth Legacy : a creative writing community or something like
Yeah,
that.
Yeah.
no, I agree with her as well. I mean, I've been doing that with my own language as is, but I did begin this proposal by saying that we use community in the advertising instead of, but we could just have Amaranth Legacy, period, and then what is that? Community of writers. Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
join Amaranth Legacy
Amaranth
instead of join
Legacy,
Amaranth
we're
Legacy
a
community.
community of writers instead
Yep,
of join
exactly.
Awesome. I love that.
Legacy.
Great idea.
sure.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, I no,
Okay.
no notes.
Yep,
Should we
I think we're
consensus?
Consensus?
alrighty.
consensus.
Will we
This is such a
consensus?
long
Will
meeting.
we?
Oh, are there
Will
any?
we?
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Are there any points that I missed between when the intermission ended and when I came back?
Oh, did you not hear me talk about that? We decided on the master info boxes and the role for.
No, I showed up like a minute before I raised my hand.
Oh, darn it. Okay.
Oh,
So I was just yapping at nothing. Okay. So we created I was reading what I wrote. We decided that we would create a special role / badge for people who are Amaranth Legacy exclusive and are not spike mirroring to encourage like loyalty to an extent. Not saying that you are a bad person, but just the whole like, yay, if you
Won't
cite
say
me.
it.
Yeah, I won't say it, but it's in the content. No, I'm just kidding. But so, and then we also decided to create master info boxes, which
Master
are
info boxes are always good.
yes, to avoid the trillion versions of the same thing that we have going on in the fandom for all time, and we will just
So, how far is that going? Is it like
we
one?
haven't started yet.
No, like how far
Oh,
is that going to go? Is it like
one
is
per
it a nation
kind of
info
thing.
box, a star info
Yes,
box, a planet info
yes,
box?
yes,
Okay.
like that.
Per type of entity.
Exactly, per type entity. Not one info box to rule them all because that would be way too complicated, way too long.
That would be absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, no. So it'll be info box planet, info box character, info box.
Yeah, info box, planet, character,
I don't think
star,
I don't think
nation,
we'll
Planet
put.
Moon can be consolidated.
Yeah, I was
into
gonna
world.
say planet and moon will be consolidated. We won't quibble over that.
Yeah, that's
Well,
not
so,
something.
would
But
it be
that's
a,
this is specific. This
a
is
general
world
specific.
info box?
Yes,
Or
world
like
info
most
box.
non-star astronomical objects would probably be in the same info box.
That's true. You put world and then
World
hovers
info box.
asteroid.
Yeah, good
Yeah.
idea.
With how much we're putting into
Would
the
that
world
include
info box, you
stations?
could
Okay, we'll
probably
figure that out later.
also put stars
Yeah,
in there
this is
to track-
specifics. That's what I was trying to say. Let's just move on.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, no. Well, Minmus asked.
What?
So Minmus asked what we missed. So I was just explaining to
Yeah.
her. But anyway,
Yeah.
consensus.
Thank you very much for
Thank
that.
you.
We shall. Should we strike Wiki away from official branding, and for that matter, would we even put a subtitle after Amaranth Legacy in official branding at all,
Yeah,
or would it just be Amaranth
That's
Legacy?
what.
Consensus, yay or nay?
That's where I joined. Yes,
Okay, so
Yay
yay or
for
nay to that?
Legacy.
I'm gonna say. I think have yeah. I
Yay?
think striking Wiki from that would be good. Like it didn't pose me a problem, but it would have definitely posed a problem for a lot of people that I know.
Yep, same.
My parents, for instance. But
Same.
yeah.
All right.
Oh, cool! I can cross the road.
So yay,
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 just-
yay,
All right.
yay from sword.
Yep.
Yay.
Consensus. Yes, I agree. Shake it.
Duo.
Yay.
Yeah.
Stellar, I see yay. Al, are you there? Have you been listening to this very long part? I wasn't expecting this to be that long, actually.
I mean,
Yes,
it is kind of a
alrighty.
big thing.
So yay, unanimous.
Hooray!
Hooray!
Done. Change the site. Done.
I will tell her
Including
that we are
in
unanimous.
5.2 microseconds.
It's just like Wikipedia. When people
It's-
when people dox the celebrities, I just like put stuff on there.
It'll be funny if she joined now, being like, "So here's my." It's like, no, we already agree. Alrighty. She says yay. Alrighty. Now,
All right, done. Website's already changed.
the other
Uh-oh.
one on her docket was the possibility of creating a site forum for users opposed to Discord or fandom.
That would be.
So yeah, so the thinking is
Ooh.
a forum encourages interaction with the ecosystem in specific. I actually have 3 people in my personal life. My brother, who you've heard charm, and my dad and my girlfriend all say that forums would be a little more interesting because Discord
Wow.
is
Okay.
is an ecosystem all on its own. It's a social media platform that we don't have any control over. A forum would give us if we know how to do it. That's the problem. That's not our problem. How do we
I
set
wanna
this up?
mention something before or not after you.
Yep. So the forum is
In this
excuse me,
background.
would offer us hopefully more customization. Would offer us the ability to show and speak about each other's work and just the community in general in any fashion that we would like. It closes off the ecosystem, so it makes engaging with it more interesting. The problem is forums probably wouldn't be used a whole hell of a lot, at least not compared to Discord. Discord is user friendly. Everyone chats in real time. But
Imagine
I don't
if we just
think
replicated Discord in its entirety.
well, so hold on. Let me
Sorry.
finish my point before we start. So my girlfriend used this as a counter, and I agree with her on it. Actually, that it doesn't need to be used all the time for its existence to be valid, because the old SE Wiki did try a forum back in 2016, and it lasted like a month before it died. So as long as there's like a couple people willing to just kind of go in there and post fairly regularly enough, I think its existence is valid. And I agree with
Okay.
her in that a forum would be a pretty darn cool option for people who would like to engage in it. Now I will open the floor up to council take.
Um,
I want to start.
The
I'll go
floor
next.
recognizes tests.
Okay. I think that a forum, while a good idea for people who are opposed to the idea of fandom or Discord, I think would be maybe not a significant workload, but I don't think the workload would justify the amount of benefits that we would get. I feel like something like a Discord bridge to some other platform or like a public way to chat into the Discord so that it would be less of a workload would be better.
Yeah, it's a question of logistics, honestly. Not really like obviously having a forum would be cool. It would be great. Unanimously, I
We
think we
do
could
it.
all agree having more avenues for the community to act in is great. But logistically, what are we gonna do? How are we gonna do
Well,
this?
I mean, I have no problem having financial interest in this. I could commission someone to make us a forum. I have no issue throwing money at what we're doing. It just depends on how
I just
much
don't
someone
think
would
it
be
just
willing to ask.
I don't think it justifies the benefits.
I think it does. It is work. And I know everything we're doing is to see returns, but I think there would be a return. There would be a return for me personally, I think, because one thing I'd want to do with the forum is have it be an avenue to post
Big,
my
long
weekly
talk pages.
addresses. Yes. And big long talk pages. And a place where we could post these recordings of these meetings. And just
Good idea.
a place to discuss things about the community.
May I go next?
Yes, the floor recognizes me. Go ahead.
I'll speak after you.
Yeah. Okay. So, for another good thing for the forums would be Discord is not very conducive to talking to like writing like essays or something. Like if you want to write a big long idea page, but it's nowhere near the level that you'd want it to post it on the forum, but you still want feedback or something, a forum would be the place for that.
Yeah.
And or like yeah. Or like if you want to have
we're having trouble hearing you, Miss.
oh sorry. Yeah, like big talk pages or like I'm pitching a concept for Florathel. It's a really big long concept for Florathel. And I would post that to the forum. Yeah, that'd be another good use for that.
And then post
I
a
don't
link
think
in
it's
Discord to that forum
Well,
post.
Well, actually, what I would think I would do to feeding off of Minmiss's point here is I would probably set up like a dummy bot on Discord because it's not that hard to do, from what I've heard, and then that will just update anytime something's added to the forum, and then we'll like, oh,
Good
what's
idea.
what's been added to the forum, and then we'll go look at it and be like, all right, nice.
All right, see you out.
Oh, see you,
Yeah,
Al.
that's
Bye,
Good having you.
Alex.
Very, very good. having you.
Bye. Have a nice day.
so I. Where you go?
Duo
No,
is
no,
in
no.
favor of the forum, so good to know.
You go, Tess.
I don't know. I mean, I sort of see what you're getting at. Is that like it's good for long form? It's good for like long discussions, but
What
I
about
don't
the
know.
point that
It's-
it's more engaging?
I'm gonna need
I
to
wouldn't
make
say
a
it's more
point.
engaging. I mean, No. I think I understand what you mean. Engaging. I'm just thinking engaging as in like YouTube engagement. No, more like engagement with the like
Yes,
community.
the material.
Yeah.
And the community.
Yes, that's what that. Okay, I misinterpreted that.
That's what I mean.
I can sort of understand that, but like, and I was worried that like perhaps like it would die, as you said, but like having a webhook or something to post the stuff into the Discord, that would alleviate that.
Mhm.
I don't know.
It would be a lot of work on our end if we like we're gonna make it ourselves,
Oh my
or
God.
financial interest if I had to commission someone. But I don't mind it as long as I can afford it. I'm sure there's options out there I can see.
I'm gonna
just-
want to say something now.
I'm
Yes,
just thinking
the
like.
floor recognizes.
I was not finished, but oh well.
Oh, go ahead, Tess. I'm sorry. The floor
Um,
still recognizes you.
I'm just like what portion of the user base would use this forum?
I'd use it.
I would use it as well.
We might get a new user base from the forum.
I probably
also
would not
true.
use the forum very much, if at all.
Although
I know I
and, like,
would.
my thing about the forum is that once you have it, you could also it'll also probably be it probably wouldn't be that difficult to set up like some sort of live chat system. And now it's
That's just re-implementing
the
Discord?
It's a Discord, except it doesn't scam you.
Yeah, it doesn't come with any baggage Discord has.
Yeah. Yep. Just a little community.
It's
I think-
basically the same thinking of the wiki thing, but for Discord.
I think my primary issue with it is just that like I feel like consolidating things would make it because it is because it is kind of an accessibility issue, but I feel like I don't know. What I was going to say was basically consolidating it would make it more easier and accessible, but clearly this is an issue because 3 people were already not accessible to it.
Yeah.
So
Wait, 3
I don't
people
know, I think
weren't
my
accessible to the wiki?
no, to like conducive to the idea of the Discord or the fandom. But I think my primary thing is just I want things to be consolidated because that is less of a workload and more easier. But then again, the
self-host
benefits would
everything.
outweigh. So I don't know.
I think self-hosting everything would be a very good idea, in my opinion.
Sword
It
wanted to
would-
speak, so should
yeah.
we give him the
Yeah.
floor?
Yeah, sure. Sword, go first.
Go ahead.
Okay, so what I was going to say is that, well, one important thing, forum posts aren't integrated in the wiki. I think it would be a nightmare to try and mix something like PHP BB or whatever with MediaWiki. I think that would be a nightmare, and that we probably should not do that, and that a forum be
Minus
separate
background.
from the wiki would cause it wouldn't be
Like-
integrated with the wiki, but it would be an option that wasn't part of Discord. But
It'd be
what
like
I was
on
going
the
to say,
same.
I was going to say is talk pages, discussion pages, user pages. I think there are even like user blog pages. The
Yes.
things that we would need to patch in are the stuff like for having like the weekly agenda, the stuff that like the announcements and stuff to the wiki. That's something we need to work on. We might even just use the main page for that, but that would be something we would want to use some plugins to increase visibility. But I think that we
I'm gonna
should
go after
not leave the ecosystem of MediaWiki for the purposes of a forum, because that would be not helpful for integrating with the wiki pages. If we want to write an essay on an article, we should write it in its talk page.
And what?
Sorry. I was going to say another point is this conversation became a little bit about consolidating things, and I don't believe the avenue of consolidating live chat and all of that into a forum, if we're able to do that with like a dedicated forum page with live chat and the meetings and everything. Are we intending to leave Discord behind entirely? Because
That is a possibility.
no,
I have no
I-
particular
I
theory either way.
reject that
No,
possibility.
I don't
There
believe we
is-
should move away from Discord entirely.
There, despite being a terrible company, it does have many merits for us to be hosted at least partially on Discord. And we've also spent a lot of time working
yeah.
on the server itself.
Yeah, no, that would be about a lot of wasted effort. And Discord, it has its it has its advantages. This voice chat is phenomenal. But I still don't believe that it needs to be a one or the other situation. Like with comments over the discuss pages, I think having more avenues to engage is always a good thing. I don't personally agree with the idea that we're just segmenting things infinitely. I think this is a valid enough thing to exist. I mean, I know it's anecdote, but I do have 3 people in my personal life who aren't very I mean, and my girlfriend does have a Discord, but like she's always been, and so does my brother and my dad, but my girlfriend has always been bitching about the idea that forums are all gone, and she really likes forums. So she's like, "Oh, you should do a forum." I'm like, "Oh, but what would that do?" And then she gave me her reasoning, and I'm like, "Oh, that's actually pretty fair." It would be. I mean, I assume it would be a nightmare. I'm not a site developer or nothing to like integrate it with everything. So it might just have to be separate, and we just link to it.
I think I agree with what Sword is saying, because I think we should stay within MediaWiki. There are ways to implement this within MediaWiki. For example, look at the Wikipedia Tea House. I bet you didn't know that existed, but it does exist, and that is basically a forum.
Okay. We could integrate
And also,
it
of
on,
course, even if it isn't within MediaWiki, it would also be possible to do something like what Celestia does and have it like sort of like how it's.
Yeah.
Jeez, are you okay?
Sorry, I'm on a bike, but
Well, be careful.
but yeah, I'm good. Flat road, but it would be like it would function mostly as a separate site, but it'd be like amaranthlegacy.community/forum.
That is not possible to do.
It's not?
No, because that would basically interfere with like routing of like web, like, because like /wiki, I changed that. Yeah, that's fine, but like the MediaWiki itself is installed into the root. So should anything happen to MediaWiki, say they implement the forum, then that's gonna like screw everything up. So I don't know if my reason. I mean,
no, that makes sense.
My girlfriend just laid out her point a little bit, and it was the further point I said of lets people that don't want to join another Discord server communicate and have conversations, or people who are opposed to Discord entirely and don't have one. Like for instance, visual piracy on the fandom. He didn't have a Discord and he wasn't going to make one, so we just talked to him through the fandom pages, which is fine. Writing projects have their own place, discussion for general tips, or even idea trading. Even just here, let's talk about that stuff that inspires you here. Has its own cutting into the site's goal and purpose, and less purpose to engagement, in quotes, with praise and comments and clicks forming around favorite stories. And she's typing again, but that's some of her points.
That would make sense.
Here, hold up.
Ow.
Just a quick point. I just want to quickly have Scorn review this, because I'm not entirely sure if this is what you're thinking of when you think of forum, and I'm not entirely sure if I think that is a forum, because I don't know. The word is nebulous to me right now, so I just need to figure out a way to concrete it. But take a look at that, Scorn. Tell me if that is a forum.
Yeah, I would say so. It's really rudimentary, but I would say this is a forum. Yeah.
I'm sorry. What's the forum? I'm sorry. My headphone fell out. What was that?
There's a feature on Wikipedia called Tea House, which operates in a fashion similar to a forum. Yeah, where like someone will ask a question and then someone will reply, and it's just all in one big like twit longer of text.
Let me check that out.
That is a
But
forum,
you can't subscribe to individual like branches of it. So like for example, I'm new in the Tea House. You can subscribe to that specific thing.
Yeah.
And
So
plus, there are probably extensions like discussion tools, I think, that allow it to be a lot more accessible.
Yeah, it's basic, but this is a very basic forum. Yes.
Yeah. Hey, how it's question forum. Yeah. Okay, that looks.
But more, Actually, hold on.
Huh.
I can just post the whole space engine forum. Why not? Let me go
Wait,
find
what?
it again. There used to be a forum on the old wiki. It used a free forum hosting thing. I wouldn't want to do that because it comes with ads and all the other garbage.
Ads are a
But
strict no here,
yeah, but
except for Fandom. That's grandfather
It-
in.
yeah. But it comes with an example space I can go with, like showing what I mean. So let me find it again. It's freaking buried. It was only used for like a month in 2016. The most recent post is from me because I found it and I started chatting in it.
Okay, yeah, this all seems like good stuff.
Could I state my current position?
Yes, I just found the forum. Go ahead. The floor is yours. Nice.
So I think the idea of a separate forum that's done in like the
There we go.
traditional forum way of PHPBB, Pro Board, something like that. I don't think it would work well with the wiki format. Like the one Space Engine has, I think, from looking at the URL. I think using a combination. I think using something like the Tea House, as well as using talk pages when it's something about an article. I think stuff like that would be better because it, in the MediaWiki ecosystem, keeping it cohesive.
But
And like
go
the
ahead. I'm
Tea
sorry.
House the whole Tea House thing. Tess said there's probably a lot of extensions that could make things like that more user friendly or more accessible. And I think that something like that, something to add announcements to the main page, and using talk pages, I think a combination of that would serve the function of a forum. And your girlfriend's right that forums do serve better than a Discord, but on a wiki or on a MediaWiki site, there's already avenues that can fulfill the function of a forum. And I think we should use those, since adding a forum would just adding a proper Pro Boards PHPBB forum would be adding baggage rather than keeping everything in a cohesive avenue, which is what talk pages and Tea House does.
Well, just reply to that. I'm totally fine with exploring that as an avenue. Absolutely. The tea house thing I think is a good idea. If there's enough, if there's extensions to make it a little more than just, like I said, this is like kind of one long blab page that you have to scroll down. I think that'd be pretty cool if there is a way to do that in MediaWiki in of itself. If not, I would still be okay with, like, even if it's like a personal crusade, like going and trying to see if there's a way to do a separate forum. I mean, of course, I wouldn't do it if everyone doesn't want me to. Then I would be like, all right, fine, I won't do it. But I do agree that there is enough pros to a forum that it would justify its existence.
I would agree with that assessment.
Yeah, I think I
wow,
can see your point on
Everyone, what is gone?
Oh,
What?
I don't know what you said. Were you saying something?
Nothing important. Sorry.
I think I agree with you now on the point that it will increase. What is it? What was the word again? Engagement. Yeah. But I don't think you should spend any money on this. And if it isn't possible in MediaWiki, then I think, should there be consensus, I will put it on myself. I don't think you need to do anything about that. But I think it is possible in MediaWiki. I think. Okay. I mean, there are sort of just linked the page that I was just looking at, which is the discussion and forum extensions. And if there isn't anything that works for our needs, I might contradict myself, but you could get someone to like develop an extension, but that would require money, or I could just do it myself. But I don't know. That contradicts myself, and I don't think that makes really a lot of sense.
There's no issue with me putting money towards this. If I can afford it, I'll do it. and I won't lie, like, oh, I put money into this, I respect a return. Like, absolutely not. I've been here for 8 years, I've done it for free. Like, I'm not gonna care if I put money towards it. I've already put money towards it technically by commissioning Smoothie for art, and it's all been site related stuff. I've never had anything personal. So that's I already have a financial investment in this. But so I forgot what I was gonna say. I think I'm going to reword the proposal, and I'm going to say that for now we'll see what we could do with MediaWiki and the Tea House kind of stuff, and if that works out the way that I think it should, and I think Minimus thinks it should, and future visitors might want it to, then I think we'll leave it as is, and we won't need a separate. In fact, actually, I'd prefer if the ecosystem lists remain. Let me just state that. I just don't know if that's possible. If it's not possible, then segmenting is our only option left, or just not doing it. But I do think it's valid enough to exist, even if it's not used every single day, or if it's used sporadically. Because I would still put my addresses there. I would still do updates there. I would post my stuff there, just so there's something going on there. In case
Might I
anyone ever
add,
needs it, they can see that. Yep.
Might
Flores
I add, the
Smoothie.
medium of a forum. The medium of a forum is a much more. The expectation is less activity than, say, a Discord would be. Because if nobody
Yes.
posts in a Discord for like an entire day, people say, "Oh, dead Discord, dead server." But servers, you can forums, you can go weeks or even months between posts, and it's just like a low period of activity. Everything's up there a bit more permanently, a bit more searchably. It's not there for a live chat purpose primarily.
Right.
So-
Okay.
Forums can definitely live and thrive on lower levels of activity. So even if we're not expecting that much, I don't think that is a strike against its existence. And I'm in support of making one. However we go about doing it, I am staying out of the logistics of it because I have no idea about any of it and no stake in it.
Yeah. You just think it's a good.
Yeah,
the
I
same as,
think-
like Duo thinks it's a good idea.
I think with all these points, I think I'm in favor of a forum, and I think we can do it in MediaWiki. So I think
Yep.
I'm in favor.
Yeah, I think we'll explore that first.
Okay.
I think
Consensus
I
that
agree with
just
Sword.
create a forum first, and then and if we reach consensus, then we push the logistics of it to a later meeting. So we have time to do
Yes.
research on all of that.
Aye.
All right,
Uh,
consensus. Yay or nay for a forum? Yay.
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 Yay. Though I
Okay, that's all
Yes.
5 of us.
and Duo
Though-
already said.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that's
So
6
six.
yays,
Alrighty.
no nays.
So,
Also,
with that being said, do we want to keep going with this meeting, or do we hold it off for the next week?
I
Is
mean,
this
I
like
don't know.
what haven't we done? What haven't we done?
Let's
What
see.
is it? The
Let me-
main site?
We haven't
We should-
done. We haven't explained my idea for creating scope listing pages. We haven't done. We haven't discussed the welcome message for returning in new members. We didn't finish reviewing the scope page. We didn't discuss whether author requests for removal should be honored fully or if that violates the spirit of Amaranth Legacy. We didn't come up with a title for anyone who mirrors their site to promote individuality, because I believe that's probably the biggest opposition to site mirroring outside of just not wanting to do the work. It's just kind of like, I don't want to lose my identity. The thinking is that we give them a nice little title and it gives them some individuality.
I
And
have
then
that
the
drafted
idea,
already.
and then possible limits for derivative scopes, aka fan fiction, as to whether or not they should only be allowed on the fandom, which I'm against. I don't really like the idea of forcing one, but that can be discussed. And how much a derivative scope has to have to it before we allow it on. Like, it can't just be like, because I think it shouldn't just be one, like, this is SpongeBob and then that's it. Like, I think it should be like, this is SpongeBob and I have 12 other stuffs about my version of SpongeBob or whatever. I'm just using SpongeBob as an example.
Okay, someone writing multiple pages of Kirk's box / fig.
Yeah.
Or something.
Yeah, exactly. And then
Smoothie background.
Oh, my bad.
reveals of I did not get the Amaranth's Legacy page ready for this meeting, but I did get I have been working in the background for my categorization plan for the fandom in Maine. and I do have like the phase 1 and 2 of the revival. So the reveals as well. Should I just do the reveals, or does any of those other topics sound interesting enough for us to talk about now, or leave it on the docket for next week?
Okay, I don't know if I misinterpreted what you said, but promoting the main site, was that one of them, or was that?
Yes. Oh, yeah. That was part of the. I'm sorry. That was part of the ones for the renaming. It was combined with the renaming of, or sorry, the rebranding. It was how much do we want to push the self-hosted site?
Yeah, I don't think
on the
did we talk about that at all?
No, we did not. We didn't get the chance to.
Yeah, I feel like that's really important.
Yes. So my idea is originally when the first when the self-hosted site was first launched on the fandom, Mitt wrote on the main page that more or less this fandom sucks. Go to the main site, and Duo had made a post on the discussion page on the fandom that we are not going to use this site at all. Go to the new site. He used the word outgrow, and I just want to make sure that we don't use that language again on the fandom because I don't want that fandom to just be a graveyard.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
That was, and how often do we want to do we want to be in your face about the main site, or do we want to have it as just an option? Because me and Smoothie were talking about just accenting that the main site is for a lot more user freedom, because you can have your own backgrounds and all this other stuff, while the fandom you're just stuck with the background we made, and you're stuck with all the ads. And that's another thing, the self-hosted site doesn't have ads. We'll probably be more prompt to fix technical issues, because that would be on fandom side and we have to wait for them. Our main site, we could do that immediately.
Sorry, what?
There was another point. What was it? Oh yeah, and my idea, and mine says my girlfriend's idea of a creation of a possible forum is another ad. I know fandom has the discuss page, but the discuss page is not good.
So, what I'm just really I don't know yet is sorry.
Yep. Name is
can I go after you?
Yep. So test first. You have the floor test.
Test first.
I don't. What is the point of the fandom continuing?
I believe the fandom continuing is a perfect avenue to get into the community. Just for an example, I'm going to go to the analytics. And I'm going to tell you exactly what we're looking at. So, boom, I'm on the analytics, or I will be in a moment. Actually, we went down quite a bit. Jeez. We're just 3 days ago, we got 654 views. At one point, this fandom had 20,000 views for a month. It has a lot of engagement. Let's see, we're at 82% new visitors, 27 brand new people, and only 6 returning. We have people from all over the world, Russia. There's no one here from Russia, as far as I know. There's no one here from Singapore or Italy or Poland, Estonia. I know who that could be. But Greece, I don't know anyone from Greece or Canada. So that's new people. So I think I
know people from DQ from a few of those countries.
That's true. Could be. But I don't think so. Most of them say they hate fandom. But anywho, so my thinking is, yes, the fandom serves as a very good avenue to get people in, because fandom advertise your stuff for free without you having to do anything. It just says more wikis like this, and then it'll post your stuff anywhere. In fact, that's how several people here have joined, is seeing an article on another fandom. So I think I'm sorry, I'm getting sidetracked. It's a good avenue through that. And I also believe if we're not willing to put the old content on the new site, there has to be somewhere you can view this, and the fandom's the spot for that. Also gives us another option in case the site goes down.
All right, then let's go before I say.
Oh yeah. For the I'm sorry. I was gonna say something. Was it? I'm sorry. I completely forgot. Carry on.
All right, go ahead, Tess. The floor is yours.
So, I'm just.
One more point. I'm sorry. I was gonna say I put a lot of work in the fandom. I'd kind of hate to just be like, that was for nothing. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, that's fair, but let me collect my thoughts. If anyone wants to say anything, go ahead.
I'd like
Smith-
to.
Oh, sorry.
I'm-
Go ahead.
My position is kind of simple. I think that, well, I'm completely dedicated to the main site.
Yeah.
And if the main site goes down, I'm just gonna write in text files and not really use the fandom. I kind of oppose fandom.
Yeah.
I prefer the main site wholly, but I think the fandom is necessary because it holds the whole history. It's basically like it contains the revitalization, the phoenix is springing from the ashes of the old wiki, and the old wiki needs to be reinvigorated because people still, like the stuff that was there. And so the fandom needs to exist for that purpose, but I think for like the modern wiki, the modern realms, the modern Amaranth Succession, it should be focused on the main wiki. So the Amaranth Succession project is focused on the main wiki, but everything else is fair game.
The whole point was parody.
I fully agree. I think it's just it's a mirror that people can use as they wish. I know a lot of people are against fandom. I'm against fandom, but because I've been on that stupid site for so long and I put so much effort into it, I do plan on mirroring my stuff there as well. But that's me personally. Not everyone has to do that. I don't care if there's inconsistent content on both platforms. As long as someone's in the community and making stuff, I don't care where they do it. They could do it on the bathroom stall. I don't care.
It's just so. I think I agree with Sword. I don't. Here, Smoothie, you want to say anything?
Oh,
You want to say
sorry, I
anything?
just got back. I'm not saying anything. Not yet. I'm still gathering
Oh.
my thoughts.
It's
Plus,
like
fandom will never let you shut down something. Like
Yeah,
even
I
if you
know, I
abandon
know.
everything. Yeah.
It's like this is against the spirit of fandom.
Yeah.
We actually want to
Yeah, they're never gonna let go. I know that much.
Just start writing
Um,
porn.
bro.
porn.
Yeah. Then maybe.
Yeah, then you'll have bigger issues. But I don't. I see your point in that like it shouldn't just be like all that work done for nothing, but like. Let me think.
Are you saying you want to like encourage the main site use as much as possible rather than my idea of just kind of if you want to
Yeah,
use it for
because
more
like
creative freedom?
I don't really think there will be anyone that will be opposed to the main site, as
That's
opposed to
true.
like someone that's opposed to the fandom, which there's a lot
Yeah.
of, including you.
I would rather it be. We could push it. I just don't want it to be like what we did, where it's like this place is just fucking worthless, and I'm like, no, I don't like that. I do not like that. I oppose that.
Okay.
There's a way to push the main site without putting down someone who happened to come across the fandom first.
Yeah, So I'm in favor of a sort of positive reinforcement pushing of the fandom, not the fandom, the main site. We tell people about how many perks it offers, like how much freedom they have, what they can
But don't
get
force it.
over the fandom
Yes.
experience. I don't like fandom. I despise it openly, in fact. But
Agreed.
I think it has an incredible amount of purpose for people who like don't have the knowledge that is required to do source editing or make their own templates or stuff, but who still want to edit because fandom has like pretty accessible tools for that.
For like documentation.
Yeah, they have a lot of documentation as well. We don't
Actually, you know what? I
particularly
don't
have
care.
that, and also,
Yeah.
fandom. It's there during times of downtime. It's somewhere we can rely on, even if it's not like the best. It's where a lot of our
Yes.
community started,
mean-
it's where a lot of them congregated, and there's a lot of history there, as well as a lot of people still find it through there. So I think
Yeah.
there is more than enough merit to
Except today.
justify its existence, like we said with the forums.
We're somehow at 0 views today. I have no.
Okay.
These analytics are crazy. With 600 to
I think-
0.
I think I agree with you on those points, and yeah, I think positive reinforcement is the best strategy where it's like emphasized about the benefits, but like we're not gonna like force it. I think I agree with that. I think I can.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say yay to that.
For people who've been writing, it's like, hey, if you want the ability to
If
make
you want the
your
freedom,
own custom
the
theme,
no ads, that kind of stuff.
yeah, if you want to make your own custom theme, if you want to get rid of ads, if you don't have an ad blocker, then we do offer the main site, which has those perks for you.
Yeah,
You know,
and
go ahead. I'm sorry.
and of course, another thing that the fandom has is like past versions of articles, which is kind of important, especially in the cases of like the Borealis and 6E scopes.
Yes, that is also a
Are
main
those
thing, a
ever
major
going to be
thing.
ported to the to the main site or no?
That is something on the docket for next week. I wrote down because it's something I forgot to write down for this week. Do we want to port those over or not? Especially, I thought of this now because Al came back, and so if Al's back and he's writing on local full time at the same level he was writing on it in the past, do we just want to like force him to be in the fandom for no reason, or should we let him in? And that means let in all of local universe into
Yeah, I
the
would-
main site. But that's for the
a
next
lot of
week,
People were
I think.
like okay, a lot of people were on like I remember discussions about how after the revival about how the fandom and the main wiki would be striving for 1-to-1 parity, which I think makes them having, which I think makes
That was
Logan
my
Universe,
idea.
Borealis, 6E, etc. being on the main site as well a foregone conclusion.
But
But
we'll leave that for next week, I think.
Yeah,
Okay.
Because I just don't
it's-
want to add things to agenda.
I feel like we
okay.
need Al's opinion on that.
Yes, we do. And he has left.
Yeah, he's probably sleeping because he lives in Europe. But
Yep.
Okay. Since this seems to be the end, I must have dinner because
Yep.
it's 7:30.
I think this will be the last. But before you go,
Yes.
let us do consensus. For the idea of pushing the main site, should we, rather than elect to not do so at all and leave it totally optional, push for it but use positive reinforcement and continue to allow people to put their work on either the main site or the fandom or both as much as they wish?
I would say both, but like if someone's writing on the fandom, notify them of the presence of the main wiki. Like, hey, if you
Yes,
like,
a
you can
positive
also
reinforcement. Yeah.
put
Yeah,
stuff
positive
on, the-
reinforcement.
Positive reinforcement.
on our main wiki.
All right.
I think that would be the best idea.
All right.
Also,
Alright.
Yay.
I will yay
mirroring-
that.
Yay.
Yay!
Yeah.
Also, might I add, we use mirroring as a way to introduce them to it. Like, hey, do you want your stuff mirrored on our main site?
Yeah.
And then
Yeah,
from there
like,
we can
that
move
is-
into, oh yeah, our main site has this, this, and this.
That should
Gotta
be
grab them while they're young.
that should be a basic question if anyone starts writing on the fandom wiki. Like, hey, do you want it mirrored on the main site? Because because it's a very real possibility that they don't know of the existence of the main site. So yeah,
Yep.
just if someone starts writing on the fandom, then notify them of the existence of the main site and ask if they want it mirrored.
Yep. I think that's a good one.
Yeah, okay.
So, with that being told, I think that concludes the weekly Amaranth Legacy community
And that's
meeting
the-
for September 14th, 2024.
God, that was
Yep.
long.
It was only 4.5 hours.
Oh,
Yeah,
it
only
was only
four.
4.5
Only
hours.
four. 4.5
Well,
hours.
hold on. Remember the
We also
last meeting? The last meeting lasted like 10 hours.
Okay,
Jesus.
well, half of that
Yeah, it
was
was
just
so
moving
long.
on.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay,
we,
yeah,
we also
well,
we
last
also
week was
chilled
the
for a lot
first
of this.
meeting in
So.
months, so I think that's valid.
So we're all done.
Okay, yep.
They'll probably
Alright.
get more concise as they'll
Maybe,
probably
like,
get
we
more
can-
concise as we go on and get better at doing the
Test, we could
discussions.
end the recording. That would be great. Yes.
You know
Yeah,
what?
good as well.
No, I will not end the recording. No, I'm joking.
Okay. Well, we could just